Okay, I apologize. It's like the college rule. It's like the tenured professor rule. If you go to college, a associate professor, they have to be to class within 15 minutes, or you can leave. But a tenured professor, if the professor never shows up, you're supposed to sit there because they're a tenured professor. They might be late. I always hated that rule in college. I thought that was always stupid. It was also kind of funny in college to see the gross insubordination of some peers where one second. The peers would be like, well, I'm not waiting. And then the professor would be like 10 minutes late. And like half the class will have left. And the professor would be like, well, where'd everybody go? Be like, oh, well, they left. They said they weren't waiting. And the professor will be like, oh, well, that's funny because I was busy doing this. And he has like a study guide. And he's like, you can share it with the classmates that left, or you can keep it for yourself. We were at university my first couple of years. We were graded on a bell curve, which means in a class of 30 people, there's going to be 3 A's, 7 B's, 10 C's, 7 D's, and 3 F's. Back when university was actually hard, back when university was actually designed to cut out the bottom performers, but we don't do that anymore. The world has changed. The world has become lazy. The world has become soft. The world has become, I'm entitled to everything. I'm owed everything. After my show on Wednesday, I got a scathing message, but what they said was, your views on the government are in line with what I would expect of a veteran because you guys are okay with authoritarian regime. The military isn't okay with authoritarian regime. In fact, authoritarian answers piss off the military more than they piss off anybody else. Sometimes, you don't know why you're doing what the fuck you're doing in the military. You're just doing it because yours is not to question why, yours is just to do and die. And it kind of sucks. I always hated those explanations in the military. I was a young airman. I was just about to be a staff sergeant. And we got a call one day, and it was one of the dumbest calls I've ever heard. I need you to bring 12 people, and they need to have gloves. And I need you to take them to the field by the flight line. And I'm like, shit, here we go. We must be having a picnic or a kid's day or a gathering or appreciation or some shit. And they need us to level off the land so they can put in tents and booths and stand. Because this isn't an uncommon thing. So we're out there, and I don't mind being out there because it's my job, right? I get paid whether or not I'm in the BMET shop fixing medical equipment or if I'm standing out in the field. Well, we're there, and we're there for about 35, 40 minutes, and we're just standing around kind of with our thumb up our ass. And that's the piece of the military I don't like. Most of all, I hate the hurry up and wait. So while we're there, you know, went to my car, grabbed a trash bag. I'm just out there. I'm picking up trash. If I'm going to have to stand out there and do fuck all, I'm going to do something useful. And a couple other people, they kind of agree, and they came over, they start helping me pick up the trash, and all of a sudden, plane makes a landing. We're all Air Force, but we're not pilot-related people. We look over flight line. Plane makes a landing, a little bit hard of a landing, harder than you generally see the planes make. And it was way at the end of the runway. Like, by the time it finally stopped, it was way the fuck near the field, which is, again, not a common thing. If you're not familiar with flight lines, the flight line for your aircraft that your base will have, or that your base can receive, will be X number of thousands of feet. And then beyond that, there's, depending on the location, there's either several hundred or several thousand more feet of runway, so that they can park planes. What's up? Good morning. Well, on this particular day, this plane landed, and it was damn near at the fence line before it stopped, which is like several thousand feet past where it should have, it missed the taxiway. And so all of a sudden, a senior master sergeant who had told me to bring my, and keep in mind, it's me, 11 people. It's like 10 guys from logistics. It's like 8 people from admin. It's like 7 or 8 different other people. And then it's like a lot of people that are just standing around in these clusters. My senior master sergeant walked up to me and said, okay, you guys can go back to work. Well, everybody else started going back to work. I have this bag of trash. My senior master sergeant laughed, said, well, yeah, that's typically you, always staying busy. And I said, I just hate to be bored. Senior master sergeant says, well, that's it. I said, can I just ask what we were out here for? Senior master sergeant says, well, yeah, now that it's over, they didn't think that plane was going to be able to land. We were expecting a plane crash. And I was like, oh, holy shit. Why didn't you tell us that? Because then one of you chuckle fucks will get on your phone, send a text or make a call, and pretty soon the media is aware that we have a potential plane crash. In this case, you all are mass casualty. We're all medical people. I think that's the key foot stomp of the story. You're all medical people. You're all already trained in mass casualty response. So, why tell you we might need you to do your primary job? I said, oh, no problem. Back to work with me. Senior master sergeant says, hey, don't forget to gen up a memo about your cleanup efforts. I said, I'll just put a bullet in my love me file for it. Senior master sergeant says, well, suit yourself. I didn't like putting in recognition for shit that I consider just staying busy. But when this person said to me on Wednesday, I'm okay with authoritarian, the authoritarian policies of my government because I'm ex-military, it kind of pissed me off. And it's okay. It's okay to be pissed off. And and I didn't even bother arguing with the person because how am I going to win that argument, right? Where is the win for me? I can either say I don't like the authoritarian steps that Donald Trump is taking and you believe me, or I can say it and you don't believe me. I can't prove my belief system. Like it would be really, really difficult to prove a belief system. And so don't even bother try. Just like I thought it was funny all these weeks, a lot of people I know in this small town, I'm going to talk about this small town specifically because anecdotally, yeah, it's anecdotal, but it's my small town. Every time I'm in the grocery store, every single time, I hear all of the people bitching and complaining and whining and whinging and moaning that they can't afford their groceries. And I think that's fucking terrible. I think it is an absolutely terrible state to be living in where you can't afford your groceries. And now we're getting somewhere between 2 inches and 37 feet of snow tonight. Like somebody pissed off Elsa. And there's huge chunks of everything at my small little grocery store. Now, when I say a small little grocery store, it is a one store. That's it. It's not a chain. It's not like 4 small stores in like the southern. No, it's literally one store. There's big swaths of everything missing. So I get up to check out and I laughed with the cashier. I've known the cashier for 20 years. She's been a cashier at the grocery store for 20 years. 22 years. She probably was there before that. I wasn't down here the first time before that. And we're just laughing because all these people bitch and moan that they don't have money for groceries, but they're buying shit they're never going to need. Like, and they're not buying the things you will need. If you're worried about losing power in the storm, you need to buy those, or losing utilities. I should say utilities, because, well, no, if you lose, yes, if you lose power, you generally can't run anything gas operated. I think you can run your stove top, but most other things are going to have a electric component to them. Oh no, you won't be able to run your stovetop either without power. And like, I mean, you can, but you have to know how to manually light it. But even we have fireplaces in these houses, but they have an electric blower, an electric starter. You need to get those little tea lights, those little tea light candles, and a flower pot. If you're not familiar with this, you should have a little bag of these. You get whatever brand you want, but you should have a pack of 100 of these in your emergency preparedness kit, because just one of these inside of a little ceramic flower pot can heat up a room. And we're talking, you need like a you need one of like the little teeny tiny ones. You're not talking, you don't want this like massive outside one. You want the ones that you would generally put in a windowsill. Something, you know, right about like that. And all you do, it's got to have the hole in the bottom though. It's really, really important that it has the hole in the bottom. And all you do is you light a tea candle, put the ceramic pot on top of it in some form of fashion where you can move the whole thing, like on a cookie sheet or something. And the ceramic gets hot and heats up a small room. Now, again, a small room. You want to have like a bedroom. You're not trying to heat like your whole downstairs. But I ask people, they're like, oh, I'm preparing for the storm. You got your candles? No. You got your teapots? What do I need a teapot for? You got paper plates, plastic utensils? Why do I need that? Because it's a real bitch to wash fucking dishes when you have no power. Well, if I had no power, I wouldn't be able to cook. Well then, why did you just buy $200 worth of groceries if you don't have a means to produce that food without power? How much ready-to-eat canned food you got? Yeah. What's funny to me is everybody becomes a fucking expert on every single subject when the next need for a subject matter expert comes out. Let me see if I can find this video. Oh, I can't do it from... Somebody starts talking about what they do during a snowstorm and they get their bathtub all ready. Look, man, that's a fucking tornado, maybe. But people are freaking out because of a snowstorm? Yeah. Is your area prone to losing power? Yes. Then prepare to lose power. But it's January. If you have a colder than normal house, your house should already be weatherproofed for the winter. Now people are like, oh, well, it was a mild winter, so I hadn't weatherproofed my house, but I'm weatherproofing it now. What the fuck is wrong with you? You have 14 days of ready-to-eat canned food and about 60 liters of water. You ain't getting me today, Satan? Yeah. But for me, the likelihood that I lose power... Yeah, weatherproofing is October shit, when you're actually going to get some money out of it. I remember the second house I owned had these big 1940s, 1950s steel framed windows. I had a huge giant ass picture window and it was all steel framed and metal framed. And the first winter I lived there, I moved into the house in July. First winter I moved in there, my heat was set at 70. And in the front living room, I can see my breath. The heater's running all day. I've got an old ass heater. Heater's running all day. I can see my breath in my living room. So I put up the weather stripping shit, and that stuff's obnoxious to begin with. And then the girlfriend living with me at the time, one day came home early from work and there's a window guy sitting in the kitchen. And, you know, I got the 2 front windows done. The one in my bedroom done because it was the same steel shit. The whole house was, but I got the one in my bedroom done and I got the one in the living room done. The 2 biggest windows in the house. And she saw the dollar amount on the table, on the bid. And she was just like, baby, can we afford that? And I was like, well, when it comes to this particular bill, this isn't a we bill, this is a me bill, because this is my house. And yeah, the heating bill is $400 a month. The windows are $6,000. When you start factoring in what your heating bill is against, and remember, this is $400 a month 20 years ago. That's crazy shit. And so I changed out the windows, and I changed out the furnace and the air conditioner and those 2 bits. Come the next winter, the heating bill was like $91 a month because I'm not bleeding all the hot air. Now, the back bedroom, you could have fucking hung meat in. I did the 2 windows. I didn't replace them, but I weather stripped the 2 windows. And then she laughed because there were no pipes that ran through there. Nothing. So I put a blanket and I tacked a blanket up against the door with nails. And then I rolled up those sheet sets in a bag. I rolled that back into the bag, placed it on the bottom of the door. And she's like, what are you doing? I said, well, we ain't heating that room all winter. Ain't doing that. Fuck that. That you can hang meat in there. We don't need that room. She's like, well, we read back there. Read on the fucking couch during the cold months. Are you gonna heat a whole extra room to read? When I can change those windows, it'll make a difference. But you see, the same people won't invest in their house. They invest in their homes. They'll just cry about where their money is going. It's like a really good friend of mine isn't getting 40 hours a week right now. A really good friend of mine is getting 31 and a half hours a week because of the economy. And everybody at the plant is mad. And what they're getting, they're getting 32 hours, but instead of getting 4 8s, they're getting 5 6.5s, whatever the math is. And they're mad, and they're like, well, I don't want to work. Like, if you don't want to work the hours that they have for you to work, then quit the job, move over, and let somebody else take the job. The plant is doing what it can to keep the business open. And what immediately happens is everybody starts blaming the billionaires. It's all the billionaires' fault. I want to shoot greed in the face, is what this person said to me last night. I want to shoot greed in the face. And they were at work, so I didn't want to be mean and make them cry while they were at work. But what I really wanted to say is, you're in your situation because of your greed. You're in your situation. Sorry, my cats decided to have a party in here on the morning that I slept in. I normally tidy up my office so my OCD doesn't trigger me while I'm streaming, but try, for the love of God, have more than 2 sets of warm clothes, because when heating is out during a snowstorm and you've been wearing the same set for 4 days, you're nasty as fuck and you need a new set. Yeah, like, I saw a really, really, really funny clip from Asmongold. And Asmongold said he's running an experiment right now where a 30-day challenge where he bathes every day. And do you know what the sad part is? I think that if he sticks to it, then what's going to happen is he's going to start to feel better about life, because there is a direct correlation between hygiene and attitude, hygiene and feeling, hygiene and emotions. And although there's a lot of people that are saying, oh, well, I don't shower every day and I feel fine. Do you though? Do you feel fine? Are you sure? Because you need to make sure that you're sure. I always feel better after a 5-minute nice warm shower. Yeah, except you shouldn't take a warm shower at the beginning of the morning. Some people don't realize this, and I didn't know this either, and my cardiologist told me this. If you want to take a hot shower in the morning to get your day going, you need to walk your wake up time back by 10 or 15 minutes. I know a lot of people, and I used to be this way. This was me. Get up, roll out of bed, take a hot shower, put myself together, get out of the hot shower, get dressed, make the bed. My cardiologist was like, hey, guy who might be at the start of having heart problems, your body temperature drops to sleep. So when you jump into a hot shower, you're putting an awful lot of strain on your cardiovascular system for no real gain. But if you just get up and you go for a 30-minute walk first. Yeah. If you just get up and you make the bed and you pick up the dirty laundry and you find your clothes, you lay those out. Now your body is like, oh shit, we're up, we're moving. Now the hot shower is not going to hurt you. The other one is the people that take this one made me laugh. You get the people that just go for a run in the summer and then they jump into an ice cold shower. Well, same shit. If you want to cool off, remember, walk it down slowly. Walk it up slowly. Oats and water, 20-30 minute walk, shower, make oatmeal, eat. Man, mad props to you for oatmeal. Oatmeal is really, 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 really healthy for you. Mad props to you. I ain't never gonna eat the shit, but mad props to you. I've tried about 10 different times in my life to eat oatmeal. I can't eat oatmeal. Oatmeal and I don't get along. Oatmeal and I aren't friends. You love oats, it's your Danish heritage. Well, you know, that could be. It's probably why I love potatoes. It's my Irish heritage. And that's why I say to people, stereotypes aren't wrong. Discrimination based on stereotypes is wrong. Oats and rye, gimme, gimme, gimme. Now, I understand that as a political news content creator, I should be spending a lot more time looking at what's going on. Donald Trump does not give a shit about world peace. Donald Trump gives a shit about lining his own pockets. The people of Gaza do not need you to have a plan that involves skyscrapers and coastal tourism and free trade when you're talking out of your ass anyway, because you can't have free trade in Gaza because they're not a country yet. Palestine is not an officially recognized country. What Donald Trump is doing is appeasement and appeal, but he's not actually solving their problem. For example, you feel good about when you feel good about yourself when you give a homeless person $2. But what you don't know is that homeless person may go buy a sandwich, or they may pay their rent, or they may be buying drugs. But you're not giving them what they need. You're giving them what they want. How much of the Lakari situation am I aware of? I'm not aware of the nitty-gritty details, so maybe somebody has some of those. But Lakari was banned from Twitch and Kick when he showed a file with links to alleged not the acceptable kind of porn. Now, it is really, 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 really difficult as a streamer to do a good show unless you're in the top echelon who can afford public gear and work gear and play gear. I would love nothing more than to somehow have like all 15 of you tell one person or 3 people, and those people tell people, because obviously I don't think I do a bad show. If I was laying in bed this morning in pain in my hands and pain in my feet, pain in my neck, it's cold as shit. My kid just finally went back to school after being sick. My wife is sick. You know, it was not a day. Today was a day that I struggled and I was like, I'm gonna call in sick. But as I've told you, if I can get up and do the show, I'm going to get up and do the show because 21 people subscribe to the show. And because 21 people subscribe to the show, I consider them the same as then this is their cable network of choice. And it's not a lot of money, but it's not my money. It's your money. And you chose to put that money into my show. And, most of those are Twitch Prime subs. Yeah, they are. But those people still chose to give me their Prime sub instead of another streamer. I don't have the money to have a completely separate rig. And I've doxed myself. I have, in fact, doxed myself on several occasions. I've posted my real name. I've posted my real address. Luckily, I've seen it. And then, of course, it sucks because those shows are a wash. Got to get rid of the VOD. I got to immediately turn off the ability to clip. I got to sit there and I got to watch the clips. Right? I've accidentally shown my phone link on stream in the past, which not only shows you the whole conversation of what I have up, but it also shows you the phone number of the top person. So there's a lot of things that I try to do to mitigate the risk. I appreciate that resub. And that one's out of pocket too, so I appreciate you. I try to like minimize phone link in the morning. But this PC is not just my stream deck. My stream PC, my stream box. This is also my music creation box. It is my video editing box. So it's hard for an innocent enough person to not inadvertently dox themselves. I mean, think about it this way. Look at how many of the streamers that had their view bot executable up on their screen and they've shown that. As far as banning, and I'll bring up the article so that everybody can see. Twitch streamer Lakari has been banned from the platform following controversial over files briefly shown on his stream. The ban comes after Lakari accidentally displayed multiple notepad tabs on January 22nd with file names that appeared to reference illegal and explicit content. He quickly closed the window on stream and later addressed the situation during a broadcast. At the time, Lakari said the files were downloaded without his intent while browsing a website and blamed the incident on auto-downloads and a Windows issue. He also showed himself deleting the file and running malware scans, asking the viewers to move on. I was surfing a site and the shit got downloaded. I didn't trigger a fucking download. It got downloaded. I opened up the text document. I saw what was in it. I deleted the text document. I deleted it. But the problem with Windows 11 is that even if you delete the text document, it apparently still says there. Well, let's just stop. And I'm a fucking dinosaur when it comes to understanding Windows. And even I know that that's a bullshit statement. And it's not the first time I've said I'm fucking, I am not a citizen of the digital age. I am a documented illegal, a documented migrant of the technological age. If Delaron was here, he would tell you. I will message him a couple of times. And I was so thankful when he found me as a streamer. I knew him 20 years ago. He found me, and because I lost touch with everybody when I went into the military. But I will ask him the dumbest fucking questions. And he's so patient with me because he knows I don't know this shit. But I know that if you delete it and you recycle it, it's not still there. You can get it back, but shit, come on. Several high-profile streamers reacted to clip questioning how such files could appear accidentally. Streamer Quinn69 tested whether deleted notepad files could remain on a PC after deletion when using Windows 11, but was unable to replicate any such bug. That's because if you delete the file and you then empty your recycle bin, that is gone. That is gone. Now, Asmongold says Twitch should only ban streamers if they break the law.
Sneeko and Fresh and Fit should have never been unbanned. Like, based off of the kind of stuff that they say. Like, and this is, again, like, if it was up to me, Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, Aiden Ross, and all, maybe not, I don't know about Aiden Ross, because, like, it's putting out money, like, that to, like, do something that somebody's, like, very complex, right? All of these people, like, you know, Destiny would all be unbanned. But this is coming at it from, like, a free speech perspective. If I come at it from a perspective of looking at what the rules on Twitch are, the fact is that the rules on Twitch disallow off-platform behavior. That is what Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, like Myron, do. Like, they literally break the rules. Like, so like, of course they're going to do that. Or they unbanned someone that said stop and then didn't stop, they haven't stopped? Yeah, I don't know. Destiny's vile, good riddance. Well, I'm just saying that, like, if it was up to me, nobody would be getting banned for anything other than breaking the law.
See, and I respect his opinion. I respect Asmongold's opinion on that one. But he's got a biased opinion. And the biased opinion is Asmongold doesn't need to work another day in his life. Asmongold has enough content creator money in the bank, investments, I assume, in the bank, that he never has to worry about money again. When you don't have to have a tie to the platform, then it becomes really, really, really easy for you to say things that aren't in the best interest of everything else on the platform. I don't need my content creation money. If I don't get my content creation money in any given interval of time, it just means music doesn't get made. And last year was a rough year. I overextended myself in the end of 2024 going into 2025, and I didn't have enough cushion in the bank. So I think we only did one professional album last year. But, you know, there was a point in time where I was making Ashes of Creation content and I was averaging, not me, because remember, I don't take any of this money. All the money goes to PG and Music. I was making $1,500 a month on Twitch alone when I was streaming Ashes of Creation. So I started a record label, and every month I was basically funding an album. Well, being a content creator is fickle. And you say something people don't like, or you do something people don't do, or you do this, that, the other, your money goes away. If Twitch doesn't police the brand, the sponsorship money goes away. Twitch has done an amazing job in the last year of coming up with more ways for people to make money. Like right now, I could watch the trailer for Shelter and make up to $10. And I could make $10 with up to $10 with however many viewers we have, 16. Asmongold, if he did the same thing, would probably make close to $3 or $4 grand. But if the platform was a cross between Sin City and, you know, a spicy ranch and a back alley with a $2 hoe, sponsors wouldn't want to put their money on the platform. And then that would just drive Kick to say, hey, well, look at what's going on over there. Now, Kick doesn't really have to care about their platform because they have their internet, Bitcoin, gambling, casino, whatever. Twitch has the way it wants to run its platform. I think it's perfectly reasonable if they want to set rules to make sure its platform operates the way it wants. They make the rules and ban people who break them. Can those rules extend into overreach territory? Definitely. But you get Kick by doing what Asmongold says. Yeah, we were on the same page. We were getting to the same punchline. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with Zach's opinion. He can have the opinion. He can have the belief. But again, it's a biased belief, and it's a bias I share because I don't need this money either, right? If you guys remember back in the day, you had minors in bikinis and hot tubs. And my daughter and her friends were like, well, we have a hot tub. And I was like, no, I have a hot tub and you're not streaming in a bikini from it because I'm not comfortable with that. I shut that shit down before that shit even became an idea. I shut it down when it was a spark. And if you've ever ridden Figment at Epcot with just a spark of inspiration, nope, we're grabbing that spark, we're grounding that shit, and we're burying it. We're treating that idea like fucking Ted. We're smashing it and we're putting it at the bottom of the fucking lake, the bottom of the fucking ocean. Ain't no one hearing about this idea again. And then what happened though? Twitch got an awful lot of pushback from a lot of sponsors because you had minors in bikinis. And Twitch had basically a civil protest. Twitch is like, you can only be in a bikini if you're in a pool. Well, then people started setting up inflatable pools in their houses, much to the chagrin of every landlord ever. I think that I will never make an excuse for somebody's illegal activity. You have the thought process that as long as your illegal activity doesn't tie into the brand, then the brand shouldn't ban you simply for off-platform behavior. But when your off-platform behavior is your brand, and it becomes a core part of your identity, then it becomes part of your ideology. And when you can't tell what a person's identity is and what their ideology is, then that person brings problems. Like, you don't want bad media cycles. Nobody wants bad media cycles. Like, I can't believe I'm going to say this about JD Vance.
So Illinois is about
JD
to
Vance just said something
automatic system to seal.
JD Vance just said something that actually shocked me because he was able to put together a thought process in an unbelievable way. Listen to what JD Vance says. Now, you've probably heard at some point about this 5-year-old was detained by ICE. You've probably seen the headline. You've probably seen people give you a very biased snapshot of this.
You asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We had just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic messaging event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien. And then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America if the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No one thinks that makes any sense.
Tom Homan said this while he was testifying before Congress once. And what that was that families get separated by American law enforcement every single day. If you're driving under the influence of drugs and you get pulled over and you have your 5-year-old in the back seat, that 5-year-old's going to get taken out of the back seat. They're going to try to make contact with a relative. But if you're being uncooperative and you're not giving them the contact information for a relative and they can't ferret out who the relative is, then they're going to call Child Protective Services. And then they're going to do the shitty job that they do. Not that all of them do a shitty job, but they do shitty. A lot of them do a shitty job. A lot of them do a shitty job. In fact, I once said once upon a time, I think a police officer should only be allowed to be a police officer for 4 out of every 5 years. And in that 5th year, they should have to do something other. I think that maybe police officers should be doing CPS investigations because, yes, a 5-year-old can be detained. Absolutely. 5-year-old can be detained. I think police officers should be doing CPS investigations because they're going to be the ones that actually give a shit about what a crime is and what an opinion is. Most of them just want to take a break from being a cop for a minute. By the way, that 5-year-old wasn't an American citizen either. Now, what JD Vance said, let me see if I have the other.
You asked a question about this 5-year-old.
I have a couple of follow-up videos. I do apologize. I am in the middle of a insomnia crisis. If for those of you that don't have terrible insomnia, I quite often will go days without sleep, and I'm in the start of one of those, and it really is really terrible. America has no more laws or rights. It just depends on how much money you have. No, I don't subscribe to this idea. I don't subscribe to this idea at all. And the reason why I don't subscribe to this idea in the slightest is America does have rights and it does have laws. The problem is we have a justice system, a legal system, a judicial system, a prosecutorial system that is exactly the result of what the people wanted. You can buy a pardon for any crime. No, you can't. Stop. No, the fuck you cannot. You cannot buy a pardon. You absolutely cannot. You cannot buy a pardon. Show me the website where you go to as an American, and it tells you the list of offenses you pull down till you find yours. Trump sells pardons. No, he does not. No, he does not. If you want to have this opinion, then what I'm going to say to you is, you have like your pinky toe into the truth, and the rest of the foot is in lies. I could make the argument you're trying to make, but I'm not going to make it for you because it's your argument. And I'm not saying you're not a little bit into the truth, but Trump's not selling pardons. He pardoned George Santos. Yes, he sells pardons. No, he does not sell pardons. Let me stop you. You can be obstinate and you can dig your heels in on the verbiage you're trying to use. Or you can take this and you can refine it so that instead of one pinky toe in the truth and the rest of the foot being just lies and bullshit, then refine it enough and pivot so your whole foot is in the truth. So that way people can't just shut you down because you're saying he sells pardons. No, he doesn't. Because the president of the United States isn't selling pardons, because if he was, there'd be a federal receipt for it. When you say he sells pardons, what you're saying is he sells them the same way I go to Amazon and I buy cat food. If I have enough money, I can buy a pardon from the United States. And that's not what's happening. There is a way you can make your argument that makes it 99% accurate. But the way you're choosing to make your argument right now, no, it's not what's happening, Burnslide. If that's what's happening, please give me the website so I can go and I can tell all the people I know that need pardons, here's the website, break out your credit card. Because they're not selling pardons. And if you don't know how to make the argument, just tell me you don't know how to make the argument to turn your your almost totally fiction idea into a reality, and I'll tell you how to make the argument. But what you're doing right now is you have an emotional response to an intellectual issue. Trump is not, quote, selling pardons, because that's not what's happening. If they are selling pardons, why is El Chapo still in prison? There you go. Go to Mar-a-Lago and buy Trump coin. It's what they're all doing. No, it's not what they're all doing. But with that one, you're getting a little closer. You're getting a little closer. You've moved the second toe into the truth now. You're getting a little closer with the way you said it that way. Because now you didn't say he's selling pardons. You said he's buying something. How many people do you think Trump is pardoned? I have no idea. A lot. A disproportionate number of people than he should have, and a lot of the people that he has pardoned have immediately reoffended. But if someone sells drugs by word and they can do it by contacting me at a certain location, is that not me selling drugs? That's a great point. I'm glad you brought it up that way. For you are selling drugs, because everything you're doing in that process is committing a crime. But nobody is going up to Donald Trump and saying, hey, Donald, here's $5 million in an envelope. Can I have a pardon? Because that would be a crime. But Burns gets a little bit closer to it. A little bit closer to it, the way he said, people that are friends with Trump are supporting Trump. And now it's not a quid pro quo. So why do you think he has pardoned all those people while admitting he does not know who they are or what they did? Well, see, now, Bern, you've kind of ventured away again. The president doesn't know a lot of pardons. Not this particular president. I'm speaking about presidents in general. Presidents in general don't know the people being pardoned. Again, break. Donald Trump's a little bit different. The average president doesn't know the people being pardoned. The average governor doesn't know the people being pardoned. What happens is petitioners put together a packet. Yes, they should know who no, they shouldn't. They should know the case. They should know the facts of the case. They shouldn't know the person. They should know the facts and the reason for the pardon. This person is requesting a pardon because they were over-sentenced. Okay, that's a really good pardon. Trump does not know the facts. You're right, he doesn't. I've never said he did. What you're doing right now, Bern, is you're getting closer. You were close. You obviously don't like Trump, and that's okay. I'm not saying you have to like Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm not a member of MAGA. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a conservative. I have my own views, right? The yellow column is my views. I have my own political party. I'm the middle party. I'm the common sense party. I'm the enough is enough party. I don't defend Trump. I do not defend Donald Trump. Unfortunately, I defend him when people are saying things that are incorrect, because we've got to stop living in a world of incorrect. The previous comment was, if I go to a place and I sell drugs, yeah, when you're selling drugs, you're selling drugs, because that is a quid pro quo exchange. I gave you $5,000, you gave me a kilo of Coke. What have I said that is incorrect? What you said is that Trump is selling pardons, and he's not selling pardons, because there is no tit for tat, quid pro quo, this for that exchange. What you have to realize is that it's a very distinct difference. You've got Trump up here, and you say he sells the pardon. And this isn't what happens. This person over here supports Trump. Supports him. And this person just happens to need pardon. So there is a time gap. Yeah, right. Okay, Burn Slots, do me the favor, if you're gonna ask me, if you're gonna ask me a question, then do me the favor of at least paying attention when I'm explaining it. Learn what you're talking about. Burn Slots, shove it up your ass, and how about you listen? Because I was very polite to you and I said, you're close, but you're making a bad argument. Then you asked me to explain it, And while I'm busy explaining it to you, you're off looking for a fucking website link. You can't learn and go do work at the same time. What you're saying is he's selling a pardon. That would be quid pro quo. That would be, you give me $5 million and I directly give you a pardon. That, first of all, those pardons wouldn't be upheld. I can learn and do work, you can't. No, you can't. Because you don't even know how to fucking structure an argument that I'm taking time out of my show to specifically help you because I like your argument. But then you want to be argumentative with a person who's literally on your side. You are literally the walking, talking embodiment of what the fuck is wrong with people. I literally told you most of what you were saying was going to be disregarded as lies because of how you're saying it. Who are the people you have to convince that Trump is selling pardons? His allies or the people that oppose him? You have to convince his allies that he's doing it. The people that oppose him are going to say he's wrong every single thing he does. Donald Trump is too aggressive on deportations, and yet he deported less people than 3 Democratic presidents, yet the liberals are protesting Trump's methodology. His allies know he is selling pardons. Stop saying selling pardons, and you might get there. How about you say this? How about we say it this way? Donald Trump operates at a level of corruption that is previously unheard of because nobody in the Justice Department is checking the fact that although he is not engaging under direct quid pro quo of you give me money, I give you a pardon, very quickly after these people that just happen to need pardons make big contributions to Trump, they magically get pardons. Pardons in such a way, form, or fashion that normally presidents batch their pardons quarterly, semi-annually, annually, or when they're going out of office, and yet Donald Trump seems to have no rhyme or reason for the processing of the pardons that he does. When compared and contrasted against Democratic presidents, Donald Trump seems to bail his friends out conveniently after they've come out with some sort of support. Now, I'm not saying he's directly selling pardons in a quid pro quo fashion. There you go. There's the fucking key difference I wanted to get you to. There it is. And although you're going to now write it off and say it's semantics, it's the biggest fucking difference when you want to be legitimate in your argument. Trump isn't selling pardons, but people are buying them conveniently right after they support him. Their pardon process gets through. Because remember, Donald Trump can't pardon somebody with a wave of a pen. And if you think he can, then you don't know the process. There has to be a pardon process, an application, all the due diligence, the case file, the review, all that has to be done. So what's happening is this. Somebody gives Donald Trump $5 million. No. They're not buying the pardon. They're buying the pardon. He's not selling the pardon. He's selling the streamlined access through the process, which the pardon must go through. What he does is he says, hey, Jay, and I'm like, what's up, Mr. President? And he's like, I know you've got 500 other pardon folders on your desk, but I'm looking for the one on this guy. He goes by burn slots. Can you find that one and expedite it and put it to the top of the pile? Absolutely. What you didn't buy was the pardon. You bought the expedited process. Because you're number 498 out of 500 on my desk. It's going to take me 2 years to get to you. What you bought was getting it put on the top of the desk. And if you frame it that way, Trump's supporters aren't going to be able to tear you apart the way I just did, because those are the people you have to convince. It's not Democrats you have to convince. Exactly. Because Donald Trump's legal argument will be consideration is not purchasing. What he's doing is he's putting one level of separation between the money and the pardon by saying, well, it doesn't matter if this person is supporting me over here financially. They still have to go through the process. But the piece that gets lost in the wash, yes, in your made-up scenario, maybe that's what's happening. Hey, Burn Salts, that's exactly what the fuck is happening. Show me, since you just said in my made-up scenario, show me where it's not. Show me somewhere where the president issued a pardon without a pardon package. Please do that. That's the only thing you're allowed to link to me now. It's the only thing you're allowed to say. Send me a link that shows where Donald Trump issued a pardon on presidential letterhead and there was no pardon, clemency, consideration package that had already begun its work through the Department of Justice. Show me where President Trump made a proclamation other than January 6th, because clearly the people that were in jail for the January 6th things didn't buy their pardons. Those were his peeps that he wanted to free, which was fucking corruption at the highest level. And mad props to the person who said, I'm not taking the pardon for this. But show me where Donald Trump has issued a pardon and there's no Department of Justice file jacket for that person. Because you said he's selling pardons. How did the January 6 people buy the pardon? What money did they give him? He pardoned the event. He pardoned the people that supported him, the people that spoke out against him, which goes contrary to your argument, which I knew was going to be your only argument, which is funny because I said, accept that one. I'm not in the Department of Justice. How would I get that insider memo? It's not an insider memo. They're public records. You can do a Freedom of Information request. But my question then for you is, how do you're saying that my made up scenario doesn't work, but then how can you prove it's a made up scenario since I know what the process looks like and you don't? But you just said, I can't get it, but I told you how to get it. So what you're saying is you have an opinion about what's going on and you're arguing with the person who knows the factual course. And why do I know the factual course? Because I researched it when one of my guys got in trouble and I was researching presidential pardons for military members who've been wrongfully convicted. So maybe I do know the process because I had a guy get convicted of some shit that he shouldn't have been convicted of. Guy signed off on some paperwork. Then the configuration changed. And he testified, he said, I had no idea what happened to that configuration. This is what I signed off on. It resulted in 3 injuries and 1 death. And he's there the whole time. He's like, I'm not saying I wasn't involved in the loading, but that's not what I loaded. That's not what I configured. Guy got convicted. He was my guy. I started researching how to get this guy a presidential pardon. This is bullshit. Do you know how long that process takes? So it's the very last resort of appeal. So your statement where I tried to be nice and polite to you, see, it's really, really hard to discuss things with people who want to be so fucking impolite. Trump does not even know the people he pardoned. That's proof he didn't look at the files. He just cashed the coins. You're right. If Donald Trump can't, and I won't argue that point with you, he should know their cases. Now, if somebody were to say to you, I'll make up a scenario. If somebody were to say the guy that crossed the border illegally because he had a medical emergency and the paramedics transported him into the country to take him to the closest trauma center. And you were like, yeah, they're called scenarios, man. They're called hypotheticals. That's what they are. How do you discuss when something would or would not be wrong without a hypothetical? If you have an actual case file, I'll look at it. Do you have one? Because you sent me the Office of the Pardon. I mean, I can look these up. I'll show these. I have no problem. Here, let's look at these. I'll use yours then. You're right. January 21st, 1 pardon. Aiding and abetting distribution of drugs over the internet, continued criminal enterprise, computer hacking conspiracy, fraud with intention documents, money laundering conspiracy. Southern District of New York. Hey, where's Trump from? The Southern District of New York? Yeah, this one right here. I would say this one looks suspicious. Your hometown? He better have known who this guy was. Terrence Dale Sutton Jr. Oh. You mean that these are what I was talking about? That Donald Trump doesn't just write it on letterhead? It's a process form? Oh, imagine that. Be it known this day, I, President Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, for his convictions in the United States, all these things. Okay. Murder in the second degree, conspiracy, obstruction of justice, aiding and abetting. It seems like a little weird thing to get a presidential pardon for. 66 months imprisonment, 3 years supervised release, conditioned upon 100 hours community service. So who's this guy in relation to Donald Trump? Let's find out. Oh, this was the Karen Hilton Brown cop. I don't. He is some guy that paid him. He's some guy that paid Donald Trump money. This is why I think you need to shut the fuck up. Can you ask me where a police officer got the money necessary to buy a pardon? I think this is. I think your own document now is going to be the document that sends you packing. So your response is, this guy was a Metropolitan Police Department officer from PAX. You can't even use Political Action Committee money for that. That money is tracked. See, here's the problem, Burn Slots. If you want to talk off your ass at the 50,000 foot level, that's one thing. But when you start saying he committed a crime by committing an even bigger crime, by committing an even bigger crime, you have zero proof of that. Your document, the only thing you introduced, I just looked at, and a cop. So who gave Donald Trump the money then? The cop or people that advocated on the cop's behalf? What does freeing this guy do for Donald Trump? Nothing. Political action money is so closely regulated that you can't fraudulently spend it. Look at Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is still, a year later, cleaning up the mess of her campaign. More people get hemmed up with, like, Donald Trump was convicted of bad bookkeeping with his own money. I don't mind if you want to hate Donald Trump. I don't mind if you want to say a big 50,000 foot thing where Donald Trump clearly gives consideration to people for pardons and expedites their process because they're paying him. But could we, for fuck's sake, maybe not when we get challenged with the name? Wait, what was it? I said who was Terrence Dale Sutton Jr.? And what did you say? You said, which is funny to me, he is some guy that paid him money. That's all it takes. So you're just as bad as President Trump. You didn't even know who the guy was. He's your talking point. He's the second fucking name on the website you linked. Why don't you know the names of the people on the document you linked for your argument? At the beginning of this conversation, I tried to help you because I thought you made a good faith point. You just didn't know how to make it. Now I figured out you don't want to make a good faith argument. You just want to be a shit slinger. And you are the reason why this country will never change. If you want to make a good faith argument, make a good faith argument. I can forgive a good faith argument if it's wrong because you make the argument, it passes the crucible, we move on. You make a good faith argument, it doesn't pass the crucible, we kick it back, we do some research, we refine the talking points. Donald Trump sells pardons. No, we don't say it that way. We don't say it that way. People buy pardons by giving Donald Trump assistance, money, resources, access to whatever, and he expedites the process of their pardon. Well, now there's a step between the quid and the quo. And we can talk about how bad that is, and we're not wrong. Donald Trump gives consideration to people for pardons that shouldn't be considered for pardons. Yeah. I think that would be a fair statement. Donald Trump pardons somebody, gives clemency to somebody. Why did you circle an S? Then you just moved on to find a case to defend Trump. Why did I circle an S? Why did I circle that Donald Trump? You said Donald Trump doesn't know these people, and I said he's from the Southern District of New York, and that's Donald Trump's backyard. Expedites the process of pardon. Doesn't he just pardon anyone he wants and the process is just a meme? No, actually he doesn't, and that's what the important talking point is. And that's where we need to make sure that we understand the reality the president of the United States, in theory, could absolutely go into the Oval Office, bust out Microsoft Word, and yeah, again, burn slots. You're now arguing against things I haven't said. I've said Donald Trump should know, at least in passing, all the people. I tried to give a hypothetical to highlight it, and you said you didn't want to talk about hypotheticals. You didn't even know the second name on the list, so apparently not everybody is going to remember every name. There are tons of people I could give tons of examples of things I've done for people, and they're like, hey, do you remember this person? No, I have no idea who they are. Oh, that's the person that was in your LRO class, but they weren't the LRO, they were the munitions officer. Oh yeah, that guy, I remember him. The Department of Justice got ordered to release the Epstein files and has not. Department of Justice is in on it. Okay, let me stop you right there. What you're doing now is Gish Gallop. What you're doing right now is a technique called Gish Gallop. I've called you out on stuff. You don't want to address what I've called you out on, and now you want to introduce a completely unrelated topic. I will talk about the Epstein files. Cool. But I want you to recognize what you're doing is you're just trying to throw completely irrelevant facts. You've sent me a BBC link to prove a point I've already conceded. Donald Trump should know everybody that he's pardoned, at least in anecdotal passing. He might not remember them by name, but you should remember the situation, the scenario, the happenstance. Now, so what's the process, the quid pro quos? I think it's fair to call it the pardon being the trade for something. I agree with you to a point. I think we have to be very, very, very clear that we can't say Donald Trump. Wait, you kept saying that DOJ would never be corrupt. Wait, stop. I'm going to get to your point in just a second. You have to be careful that you say Donald Trump is selling pardons, because each one of those would be a crime. And when you make that claim, not only is that slander, libel, defamation of character, you have to turn around and be able to justify it. There is no way you could justify that he's selling a pardon. If you said he's selling consideration, yeah, absolutely. If you say he's selling an expedited process, absolutely. He gives an expedited process to his cronies and his backers. Sure, absolutely. No argument. But when you say something that is factually incorrect, well, now you have to defend that. Because the problem with free speech is people believe their free speech can be ignorant as fuck free speech. And a society that has a core foundation, a First Amendment that comes with free speech, should have understand the implication that it would be truthful free speech. The founding fathers didn't see fit to include 19 paragraphs of qualifications on what your free speech would be. So instead, we've had to have laws, follow-up laws, slander, libel, defamation of character. We've had to write, and I know Burn Slots doesn't like hypotheticals, but we've had to write hypotheticals into the law for jurisprudence benchmarking for can the reporter, can the journalist, can the member of the free press reasonably release this information because they reasonably believe that it's true. People are under the belief that the press can say anything they want. Lee Strobel, you can look him up. He's a great journalist. He said before he ever prints anything, he has 2 sets of eyeballs that he can document to it. He may not release the names of the eyeballs, but for his own code of journalism, he has 2 sets of eyeballs. If 2 people didn't see it happen, it didn't happen. If only one person saw it happen, then he needs to develop a lot more supporting evidence, because maybe there really is only one witness. So now he's got to come up with, I saw Jalan shoot that guy in the back of the club at 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay? There's only one witness. Okay? Well, now we have to have some other facts or some other figures. Is there a credit card receipt? Is there, will his driver testify that he dropped him off at the club? Will his driver testify to what time he picked him up? If you only have one eyewitness, you need a lot of supporting information. Now, again, I told you I would get to you, and apparently you can't sit still. You keep saying the Department of Justice would never be corrupt. I never once ever made the statement that the Department of Justice wouldn't be corrupt. I never said that statement. I said there's a process. I literally said that it absolutely gets a corrupted process. Guy number 498 in a list of 500 makes a $5 million donation or buys $5 million worth of whatever the fuck Trump coin, and he suddenly is at the top of the pile the next day. That's corruption. That means the 497 people in front of him who couldn't pay to play got bumped back one in line, and that's absolutely corruption. I gave it as an example. The problem is, Burn Slots, you can't argue against things I've said when I've never actually said those things. And you don't exactly strike me as an individual that has a high ability for inference. You clearly don't have a high reliability of vetting the own stuff before you link it. You didn't even know the second name on the list. I would think that if your argument was the guy giving the pardons doesn't know the names on the list, you would make sure the second name I could go to wouldn't be a cop. And then you're like, oh, well, the political action committees gave him money. Well, do you have proof of that? No. So you're accusing a person of committing a crime by accusing them of committing another crime. That's specifically why certain things aren't allowed in the law. Now, I saw the other chatter said, so what's the process that he quid pro quo? I think it's fair to call it pardon being the trade for something. You could, but I wouldn't. There are tons of people on the list Trump does not know. You're right, and how many more fucking, here, pull this shit out of your ears for a second. I'll say it a third time and I won't say it again. Yes, the president should know, with some anecdotal circumstantial prompting, all the people that he's pardoned. I've never said he shouldn't. As I gave the example, hey, do you remember Captain so-and-so? No, I have no idea who that is. Oh, he was the munitions officer in your LRO class. Oh yeah, I remember him. What's up? I don't remember his name. I remember the person. Yeah, the guy that got drunk on the river. The list is so long I can't remember each person. Dude, it was the second fucking name on the list. It was literally the second name on the list. On the link you sent, which literally destroyed your entire argument. Because you said, these are the people. I don't have to scroll the list. I got to the second name, and it's a cop. And when I challenged you on it, your literal argument was a cop had bought his pardon. How did a cop afford it? Then your argument was political action committees gave him the money, which they legally cannot do. The only thing people fucking govern in this country is political money, because it is the fastest way to jail. Your argument was it's PAC money. Well, how can you prove that to me? Do you have a receipt? Do you have an investigation? Do you have a ledger? Do you have an allegation? Do you have a news story? No, you don't. Your argument, your beginning argument was good, but what I'm putting you through right now, I didn't skip the first person. You're so fucking dumb. I literally said, yes, you are correct. Trump should know this person. The person is from New York. Unequivocally, no, that's not cherry picking, you dumb fuck. You can't even use that word right. Cherry picking would be if I went down to number 14 on the list from the beginning because I knew the story of number 14. That's cherry picking. I said on the very first one, the guy's from New York. Trump should know who that is. Why should Trump know who that is? Because you're from New York. It's in New York news. You would assume a guy who has said, I stay relevant on the goings on in New York because that's where my financial empire is, then you'd recognize the name. You might not know all the particulars, but you would recognize the name. So I said, yes, unequivocally, Trump pardoned this guy. Trump should know him. If you talk to me about a guy from Chicago, I should know that person if he's been in the news. Now I don't live in Chicago. I live down by St. Louis. So if something big in St. Louis is happening, anecdotally, if I've said I read the local news, I should know the guy. I agreed with you. Burn Slots, this is what makes people like you insufferable. Because when I agree with you and I move on, and I get to the second one, you're like, but you skipped the first one. No, I didn't. So let's do number 3. I don't know them either. Is that a problem? Yes, it is. Because that means you haven't vetted the list. Because you said Trump is selling pardons. So why do you not have a spreadsheet in front of you if it's your talking point of all the people on the list and all the questionable ones? Why don't you have that? Because your statement was he's selling pardons. Let's go to the third name on the list. I don't even know who this fucking guy is. District of Columbia. Oh, I'm not a robot. No, dumbass. Cherry picking. If you deliberately cherry pick, then yes, you're cherry picking. Let me help you out. When you give somebody something and they go to the second name on the list, that's not cherry picking. Because you're not hired to do this, then you don't give a shit enough about it, so why are you talking about it? All you want to be is a Trump hater. If you want to say I'm a Trump hater, great. As I told you an hour ago, your argument was most of the foot into lies, a pinky toe in the truth. I've walked you to a better way to say it, and you still don't care. And you want me to have every answer. If it's your fucking talking point, yes, I would expect you to be able to do a list of these are all the people that I think Trump sold pardons to. Police, oh, how about that? How about that? Interestingly enough, go to the next name on the list. Sure, I will. I'll go to the next name because it's going to disprove you again. Police officer. So your list so far that Trump is corrupt and selling pardons has been one that I conceded to, and the very next two names on the list are fucking cops. How did cops afford to buy pardons? It's the same case. It's the Hilton Brown shooting. Now, the funny part is, if you made your argument better, I would be 100% on your side. But you come in here, is that a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. But you come in here, but that's not the talking point. Your talking point is that the people getting these pardons bought them. Where the fuck did two cops from DC get the money to buy pardons? What you should have framed your argument is that Donald Trump is giving pardons to people that don't deserve them because he's trying to favor political currency with certain groups of people. Do you think when Donald Trump gives pardons to two cops that doesn't get him the vote in the support of the DC Metro Police Department? He just pardoned two of their own. Of course that gets him his vote. George Santos. I don't believe Donald Trump. No, and here's the thing, man. You're not even right. Donald Trump didn't pardon George Santos. So, burn slots, take this opportunity to recognize you don't know nearly enough to be into this discussion. Donald Trump didn't pardon George Santos. He commuted a sentence, and those are radically different things. You literally get your information from probably TikTok influencers. Do yourself a favor. Actually research the shit before you come on a politics show and embarrass yourself. Because if this is the way you behave on my show, you behave worse in real life. Know what the fuck you're talking about. You have to know the details. Is it right that he commuted George Santos's sentence? That's a completely different discussion. He didn't pardon him. And your stomping point this whole time has been pardon, 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 pardon. Why does the presidential pardon exist to begin with? Great. No, it's not semantics, burn slots. It absolutely is not semantics. It's not semantics. Absolutely not. Because when you say that's semantics, then somebody could make the argument that probation and parole, words have meaning. Yes, words have meaning. Your argument is that probation and parole would then be semantics. And probation and parole are different. A probation and a suspended bust would be synonyms, and they're not. The point was laws don't matter if you're rich, but I think that's what I said. And the laws do matter if you're rich. And all of your evidence after that was, you said the point was laws don't matter if you're rich, and number 2 and 3 on your list were cops who aren't rich. So your argument fell apart. Do yourself a favor, because I want you to understand something. I don't get any personal growth or development from arguing with a person who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. But I take the time for a person who, you had a good faith argument an hour ago. And what I said was, I can help you make this argument, and you want to come at me like I'm the dumb fuck that doesn't know what I'm talking about, but for that you need a mirror. Why can't both be true? Because for something to be true, it can't be disproven. Those cops are not rich. Therefore, the laws mattered because they're not rich. Their sentences, they were pardoned because Trump was getting political favor with police unions. He didn't personally benefit from that in the way you were saying Trump sells pardons. Shit, because this country is why he didn't pardon George Santos, you dumb fuck. You don't even learn from one thing to, he didn't pardon George Santos. He commuted his sentence. No, it's more like he got away with it while they did something bad by doing X, while X is being a pardon or something else is semantics in this context. No, it's not semantics. Because a pardon forgives the crime, right? A pardon restores your civic rights. When you're pardoned, you immediately get your right to vote back. You can hold office again. You can own a firearm again, depending on your state's requirements, restrictions, whatever. When you get your sentence commuted, it shortens the prison sentence, but being commuted doesn't restore your civil rights. I didn't say everyone was a crime, just some. No, you don't even remember what you said. Luckily for me, Nightbot logs it all. You literally said it doesn't matter if you're rich, and then in the list you gave me, the second and third person on the list aren't rich, which means you didn't vet the list, which means you're introducing evidence to try to prove a point, which actually disproves your point. As I tried to tell you, you had the pinky toe in the truth, the rest of the foot was in the lies, and what I said was, change your argument that Trump is giving unfair consideration to people and expediting the process for pardon to people when it personally benefits him, either politically or personally. And then, right? And then nobody can argue that point to you, because then you have these examples of, well, why did 2 DC cops get pardoned when they were convicted by a jury of their peers? That was too long to say, oh, I'm sorry that you want to be in political discussion and you don't want to actually have 5 brain cells to rub together to put together an actual truthful sentence. It's just easier to hate on the establishment. Can you write that down? I'm not a pro. No, you can go back and you can watch the VOD. In fact, for you, I would recommend you rewatch the entire fucking VOD so you learn. I'm also typing. And a minute ago, you told me that you can multitask. And I couldn't. But this whole time I've been multitasking, bringing up stuff, bringing up articles, making sure that I quote things to you correctly. So you claim to have a skill set that you clearly don't, and said I don't have it, but I clearly do. Because not only am I reading things on the screen, I'm talking and reading at the same time. Now, unfortunately, I do feel bad for Kebab. First of all, Kebab Wielding Maniac, I haven't had a chance to tell you, I still love that name. I absolutely love that name. I think to myself, every time I see Kebab Wielding Maniac, I feel like going to Universal Studios and getting a kebab and then running around the park, getting in line for the Velociraptor. The executive, I didn't get what has made you so mad. I didn't say it right. What made me so mad is this. And first of all, you didn't make me mad. The failure of whatever school system you went through makes me mad. The failure of your parents. Why aren't you mad at the info? Why would I be mad at the info? What exactly about the info would I be mad about? Does my being mad... First of all, I'm not mad. I'm frustrated that you managed to get through school to adulthood. And you don't... You represent all of the problems with this country. You literally use phrases you don't understand, like cherry pick. Cherry pick is you giving me a list of 1,000 entries and me going and finding 6 that prove my point, and the other 994 disprove my point, but I only present the 6. That's cherry picking. Cherry picking is not when I go systematically down from the top to the bottom of the list, and numbers 2 and 3 just happen to disprove your point. It makes me mad. It makes me angry. It makes me frustrated with our society when you want to be obstinate about the fact that literally half the shit you say is wrong. It could be right, but you phrase it wrong. And when you say it that way, you're going to have the argument dismissed. One crime is still a crime. Crime is still a crime. But the problem is the founders of the Constitution framed in it such that the leader of the executive branch can purge those crimes through various means. Unfortunately, nothing Donald Trump has done in regards to the pardons can be prosecuted by Congress. Do I think it is right? No. Do I think it is a flaw? Yes. However, your definition of corruption is correct, but it's not criminal. In order for it to be criminal, it has to be a quid pro quo. It has to be money given directly in exchange for good service or consideration. And that's not what's happening. It is very important, and you're going to say it's semantics, but the entirety of the legal system is semantics. 1 comma on a warrant can change the meaning of a warrant. And the problem is we have a whole society of people that are just like burn slots that are completely insufferable. That kind of thing is hard to prove, but proving it must still be done. Right, and unfortunately, the way the law is written, it has to be something offered of value in exchange for something directly. Yeah, a comma can invalidate the entire fucking, like, everyone in society is talking about the Oxford comma. The Oxford comma is not needed. The Oxford comma is not needed. The Oxford comma is one of the most reviewed pieces of punctuation on warrants, because the Oxford comma can make things seized in a vehicle no longer admitted. And I'll give you an example so that people can kind of understand what I'm talking about. You get a search warrant and it says home, garage, and vehicles. So you get a search warrant and it says this, and you go to the house, and here's the house, and it doesn't have an attached garage, and the vehicle's on the driveway. You may not search that vehicle with that warrant as written. And a lot of people are going to say, yes, I can. No, you may not. Because as written, this is a conjoined statement. You may search the garage and all vehicles contained therein. If you change this, same scenario, and this car is now on the street, you absolutely may not search that, because garage and vehicles is a self-contained because of the lack of the Oxford comma. I put an Oxford comma in. I can search the vehicle on the property. I can also search the vehicle on the street, because parking on the street is considered to be parking for the residential area. And because my warrant says I can search home, garage, and vehicles, I may do that. It would be even better to have a second warrant for the vehicle. But people say the Oxford comma doesn't matter, and it absolutely does in this case. The vehicle could be on the property. Also, you go to this property, like our family place, the warrant says home, garage, and vehicles, and we have 2 outbuildings. You may not search those. Those buildings are not specifically listed on the warrant. There's a reason lawyers have 6 paralegals reads every fucking brief they write before it's filed. Yep. And people are like, well, I can't believe they would throw it out. They would, they have, they will, and they will continue to do so. That is why when you get warrants, you will sometimes see warrants and they are filled out. When we were in warrant writing class, what our instructor said, yeah, they're not home, they're not garage, fuck off, exactly. And what happens is you have police that'll go in there and they'll find all sorts of fucking evidence. And the argument that then the prosecutor has to try to make is inevitable discovery. And the defense lawyer says, well, I'm going to declare that fruit of the poisonous tree because you didn't have it, and now your warrant was a warrant of last resort. It's procedural error, yes. But remember, the American court system is designed on paper so that 10 guilty men would go free before one innocent person goes to jail. You go into one of those outbuildings and you find my chainsaw, you find Chuck the chainsaw, it's covered in human blood, there's human gore all on the floor. Great. If my lawyer can make an argument that your search warrant was a warrant of last resort and you found that shit, now they're gonna have to go through triple hoops and triple everything. Yeah, you know I did it. But now my lawyer's argument is, well, Your Honor, that's his outbuilding, and you can't prove he put it there. The movie Law Abiding Citizen does an amazing job. Whoever wrote that script on the legal side did amazing. I could turn around and say, well, that fucking outbuilding is 10 acres from my property, 10 acres from my house. It's the middle of winter. I don't tread out there. Now my lawyer's gonna start saying shit like, he's gonna look at all the reports and all the photographs. Well, did you find fresh footprints from the house to the building? No. So how did he get out there? Well, he didn't. The only footprints there are yours. Or they're gonna say, well, yeah, we found the footprints. Well, can you show them to me? And then he's gonna put up this photograph that looks like the whole fucking 101st Airborne has marched from the house. And my lawyer's gonna say, which footprints are his and which footprints are all you guys? Yeah, tell that to the same lawyer that used ChatGPT for case law citations. He did get disbarred because that judge was pissed. That judge was pissed. Now, if that person had bothered, oh my God, did he really say this shit? This is how you know our president is a Cheeto poof. Now they're gonna say, well, you can't prove shit. Or anyway, ChatGPT. The judge was like, what the fuck are all these cases? Because the judge was mad. The judge was pissed at himself. The judge's interview was like, yeah, I'm sitting here listening to this case and I got handed this paperwork and there's tons of legal precedent I had never heard of. And I went back to start looking at these cases and they're all fake. Yeah, the judge can't disbar him. The judge sent him to the bar ethics committee and the bar was like, you're fucking done. But why did the bar fucking crucify the first lawyer who used ChatGPT? Because now none of them do. Shit, you ask ChatGPT to find you something in the law, it'll give you a completely unrelated law. ChatGPT still makes up shit. Even if you tell ChatGPT not to. Record cold wave expected to hit 40 states. Rarely seen anything like it before. Could the environmental insurrectionists please explain whatever happened to global warming? Well, you illiterate fuck. It was 75 degrees on Christmas Day in Southern Illinois. That's where your global warming is. What we're getting right now is a polar vortex. What we're getting is unequal temperature distribution, and now it's all coming at one time. Donald Trump literally has people convinced that he's smart. Yeah, 5-year-old logic from the leader of the most powerful country on earth. Great timeline. Yeah. Donald Trump is an amazing president because literally he hijacked an entire political party. And all that political party had to do was when Donald Trump's term of office was over after his first presidency, and they could have convicted him. They literally didn't convict him. All they had to do was convict him. The Republicans knew they'd already lost the election. Biden was going to be president. All the Republicans had to do was to vote to convict, and that would have been the end of MAGA. That would have been the end of Donald Trump. But instead, they were worried about what he would do and what he would say during the midterm election following his presidential loss. The Republicans were worried they would lose more seats. Here's the thing. If you're a Democrat, you should be scared as shit about this country, because the Democratic Party is trying to go full socialist. Bernie Sanders keeps referencing Europe and saying how great socialism is. And even European leaders have said back to Bernie Sanders, I don't think you understand socialism. I don't think you understand that it is a way different thing for a country of 6 million people or 18 million people with a $1 trillion oil reserve or a $500 million oil reserve or this natural resource or this economic thing or this, that, the other to give free healthcare to everyone. I want free healthcare for all of you. Let me just put it so that you know the bias. I don't give a shit. I don't have to give a shit about free healthcare for you or anyone else except my kids. My kids have, my unmarried children keep their healthcare till they're 26 as long as they're in college. I have healthcare for the rest of my life. I'm a veteran. I have TRICARE for life. It's literally in the title of the fucking insurance policy. TRICARE for life. It cannot be taken away. Yes, I understand that the government collapsed and that it wouldn't be worth shit. Cool, got it. I have doctors in my family. I'm good. I'm also happy with the life I've lived. Lego is selling a piece of painted plastic on a higher standard than gold. They are genius. Yeah. I want you all to have healthcare. So when I say that giving you all healthcare is a 35-year plan, I'm not saying that you all having healthcare is a 35-year plan because I want you all to suffer for the next 35 years. I want you to understand that it's going to take 35 years to fix this country and give you all healthcare. Uh-oh. Maybe? Okay. Apparently, whenever there's snow anywhere, we lose internet. But the big trick is this. You want that shit now. You want that shit this minute. And I agree, you should want that shit this minute. If you are of the age eligible to serve and you want healthcare right now, go down to your recruiter's office and serve in the military. Well, I shouldn't have to join the military too. You don't have to join the military to get healthcare. It's just the fastest, easiest, most expeditious way to get it. Just saying. There are people, like last night, a friend of mine messaged me and said, my paycheck gets eaten up with all my insurances. Yeah, that's what the fuck happens. You know what else eats up your fucking reserves really, really quickly? Going to the hospital without insurance. Once upon a time in a land far away, went to the hospital. Sprocketbot can't ignore all your commands. I am Sprocketbot. Sprocketbot answers to me and me alone. Let me grab this one. Friendly Minnesota resident here, got an update for you. It's getting out of hand. My grandfather's a trustee at his church. Over time, the church has become more Hispanic, and he doesn't care. He still goes there. ICE camped in their parking lot during Spanish Mass, waiting for people to come out. Why is it getting out of hand? My question for you is, you said it's getting out of hand. Did ICE go into the church? No. It's against policy to go into a church. Did that stop the fucking protesters from going into a church this past Sunday? It did not. ICE doesn't go into churches. Churches have a long standing of sanctuary. ICE doesn't go in. They're waiting outside the church. Well, I know, ironically, if I'm looking for people of a Hispanic nature who happen to be Hispanic Catholic, I might wait outside of a Hispanic Catholic church to pick up people that I'm looking for. You also do realize something, just so everyone is clear on this. I don't know who started this bullshit narrative. But ICE doesn't go around asking people for their papers. ICE goes up to specific individuals that they're looking for, and then and only then they might ask the other people around them if they have their immigration paperwork, which incidentally is not illegal, because people in this country on visas are required to present that visa when requested, because it is in the law that all individuals that are alien to this country over the age of 18 are required to carry a copy of their resident paperwork with them at all times. It's actually in the law. It's actually like, it amazes me that people are mad about ICE enforcing. Like, here's where we got the really big problem. People are mad at ICE for doing their job. What I don't get is, yeah, this past weekend my wife is Hispanic. My wife's Mexican. My wife went to the Galleria in St. Louis. There were clearly marked ICE individuals. Now, my wife is 5'1.5", and she looks Mexican. My daughter is currently 5'9" and still growing, and she looks like a fucking shield maiden. She looks like that guy on TikTok that says, "Hammer!" She looks like he's gonna show up anytime and say, send her an invitation to the boat. ICE didn't approach my wife because they had no reason to. They had absolutely no reason to approach my wife. They weren't there looking for her. I don't know why people are mad. Like, people are mad that the police are, that the law enforcement is doing their job. And this is what shocks me. It's not like they don't know. It's not like people who are aliens on a resident card don't know this. Every alien 18 years of age and over shall at all times carry with him and have in his personal possession any certificate of alien registration, receipt card issued in pursuant to subsection D. Any alien who fails to comply with the provisions of this subsection shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and shall, upon conviction for each offense, be fined not to exceed $100 or be in prison for not more than 30 days or both. It's a class 3. The problem is, whenever you're reading the law and the law has a incarceration attached to it, that makes it it's a class C misdemeanor. It's a class C misdemeanor. Not having your paperwork, literally, listen to this, because it's not a matter of your interpretation or my interpretation. It's a matter of the way the fucking law is written. For a citizen, there is no domestic passport requirement. There is no state in this country that has a stop. There are no stop and ID states. And this is why I hate social media, because social media has started this idea of a stop and ID state. Lots of countries have stop and ID states. Lots of people have, lots of countries have stop and ID states. I've been stopped in Germany walking around because I don't look German. And I look out of place. Literally had a police officer walk up to me. Can I help you? Nope. Do I look like I need help? Well, why are you here? Oh, I'm from the base. I'm gonna reach into my pocket. I'm gonna pull out a copy of my orders. And he's like, okay. Pulled out my orders, pulled out my American ID card. He says, okay, on your way. And then after that, I saw the guy probably 4 out of every 7 days. The guy waved. I waved. Why? Because he can do that. He can do that. Because that's why they have less fucking bullshit crime. Because they stop people that look out of place. In America, you have RAS, reasonable articulatable suspicion. The cop must be able to articulate a crime you have committed, are committing, or are about to commit. Now, my black viewers, this is a piece that I will outright say you all get raked over the coals for. Walking while black, driving while black, being black while being black is bullshit, and I'm the first one to say that's fucking racist. Like, I will say that out loud if I see a black teenager or a group of black teenagers get pulled over for jaywalking. I'll just be like, hey, that's racist. And the cops look at me as I pull out my phone and record. Jaywalking is a crime. A police officer can make a reasonable, articulatable statement that I'm stopping to detain you because you have committed a crime, and that crime is jaywalking. Now, I've seen this play out twice in 2 radically different ways. One time, I saw a cop pull a guy over for some bullshit, having shit hanging from his rearview mirror. Cop pulled over a guy, shit hanging from his rearview mirror, ended up getting a drug bust out of it. Drug bust was squashed because the stop was declared non-righteous, because in this officer's 28 years on the police force, this officer had given exactly 0 citations for shit hanging from the mirror. Is it a crime? It was at the time. It was still a crime, but if the police officer in 28 years had never chosen to enforce that crime, then it becomes it's called non-righteous. It's a non-righteous stop. On the other hand, I saw the same judge, same shit, different cop, about 3 weeks later, because remember, I used to be a DV advocate. I was at the courthouse all the time. The cop was like, well, this is the second one of these I've had in a while. The judge says, excuse me, officer, in your 15 years on the force, how many obstruction hanging from rear view mirror tickets have you written? The cop was like 750. The cop pulled out a sheet of paper by year, and the cop fucking knew, because of the other guy. The cop fucking knew what was going to happen. The guy had produced by year, by race, by age, people that he stopped, proving he stops white and black and male and female and old and young, nice cars, shitty cars, doesn't matter. And the judge was like, well, apparently this is a righteous stop because you do in fact enforce this ordinance quite often, in fact. So yeah, the shit you found in the car is admissible because you do enforce it. It's not like selective enforcement. I guarantee you right now, I could jaywalk in front of 18 cops and nobody's gonna even say anything to me. They won't even correct me. They won't even call me out and say, hey, use the crossword. They won't say shit to me. Well, they might say shit to me now because my hair is... I can't make myself presentable. Like, I don't have one in here. I could probably throw my hair up inside of a newsboy hat and look presentable again. Look like a proper Irish lad. They won't say shit to me. Black guy jaywalks in front of 18 cops. You know someone's gonna go and harass him. It's bullshit. So about not targeting randoms. Brooklyn Police Chief Mark Brewerly, we're hearing people being stopped with no cause and being demanded to show paperwork to determine if they're here legally. We started hearing from our police officers the same complaints. Every one of these individuals is a person of color. I'm sorry, a person of color? Last time I checked, person of color is the politically correct way to refer to a black person. If they're speaking with an African accent, That's the probable cause for ICE to stop and ask you for your paperwork. And I know people don't like it. I know people don't like it. They don't have to like it. They don't have to like it. It's already been ruled by the courts that racial profiling is allowed for Immigration Customs Enforcement because the suspects of their jurisdiction, of their legal purview, are generally not white. Now, I did see somebody ask the question, and let me grab this one, because some of you are going to be like, that's not what the law says. Hey man, I didn't write these fucking laws. Yes, they're actually asking African Americans for their paper. Well, no, they're asking Africans for their paperwork. They're not asking African American citizens. And yes, of course, A1. If you don't like the laws, instead of protesting that ICE is wrong, make sure that they're not doing what your elected representatives have said. Make sure that if we're going to be mad and we're going to be pissed, let's make sure they're actually breaking the law. Powers of immigration officers and employees from 8 USC 1357. Section A. Any officer or employee of the service authorized under regulations prescribed by the Attorney General shall have power without warrant to interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to be or to remain in the United States. Everybody that is fucking arguing that ICE cannot stop random people can shove it up their ass and try reading the law. And this, folks, the 33 of you that are here right now with me, I need you all to get more the fuck people in here so that people then can bring me all the stupid content creators that are saying ICE is breaking the law by stopping randoms. You're a brown person in a predominantly immigrant neighborhood. 1357A1 gives ICE the right to stop you and ask you for your paperwork. Now, to arrest any alien who in his presence or view is entering or attempting to enter the United States in violation of any law or regulation, if he has reason to believe that the alien so arrested is in the United States in violation of any law or regulation and is likely to escape before a warrant can be obtained, but the alien arrest shall be taken without unnecessary delay for examination before an officer of the service having authority to examine aliens as to the right to enter the United States. What is my take on the Renee Good video? Are you talking about the full one? Or are you talking about the wonderfully curated one that only shows the last 7 seconds of her blocking the road? Are you talking about the long one that shows the guy from across the street? The whole situation? Here's my take on the Renee Good thing, the whole situation. Number one, police officers never have the right to execute anybody, period, dot, done. Number two, Department of Justice policy states officers may not fire into a vehicle because a vehicle by itself is not classified as a deadly weapon. Department of Justice regulation on the use of force specifically states you may only fire into a vehicle if it is being driven in a way as such to cause harm and you have no other recourse, including getting out of the way of the vehicle. The officer was clearly able to get out of the way of the vehicle. Number three, the officer in question did not have a body cam on. In my opinion, body cam, body armor, sidearm are all required pieces of gear. If your body camera stops working, you go back to the police, you go back to headquarters, you go back to ICE, and you get a functional body cam. Officers should have secondary and backup body cams available if they're working as a unit, because if your gun wasn't working, you would go back to headquarters because you no longer have a tool you need to do the job. Your body cam is a tool you need to do the job, period, dot. I'll tell you right now, if I put on my Kevlar and the 12-pound plate isn't in the front, I'm not putting my Kevlar on. I'm going to go back to the armory and I'm going to say, hey, fuckwits, where's my 12-pound plate? We'll just take the one on the back. You're not going to be running away, are you? Look, fuckhead, my Kevlar's supposed to weigh, 30 pounds. Give me both plates. And if you don't have both plates, I'm not going to work today. It's just that simple. Renee Good committed a crime. Jonathan Ross committed a crime. Both should have been prosecuted, and Ross should still be. Yes, he should. He committed murder. There is no, and here's why they also committed murder. Allegedly, she was alive for 8 minutes and bled out. If local law, and who else should be prosecuted is the mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of Minnesota. Because an American citizen died because of your refusal to comply with federal law. What people don't realize, if you want this situation in this country to be diffused, let's become a country that actually follows the law. The law states. They also amped this shit up. Yes, they did amp this shit up. I will tell you right now, if I was elected governor of Illinois, the very first thing I would do as the governor of Illinois would invite ICE to come and take out my trash for me. And by doing so, I would call the White House, because governors can call the White House. I would say, hey, President Trump, I'm never going to agree with you on a lot of your politics, but if you tell me what day ICE is coming, I will make 1,000 officers available. State police. I will make 1,000 state police available. I will also direct all of my police departments to start honoring ICE detainers. What pisses me the fuck off about Americans is you're protesting ICE coming in and getting rapists and murderers. You're protesting ICE having to go door to door, finding people that have been in and out of the jail system, the police system, 3, 4, 5, 6 times for shoplifting, sexual assault, battery. If you're here on a visa, your first criminal offense, you're supposed to be out the fucking door. Americans have to realize, go to another country, be there on a visa and commit a crime. You're going to serve the entire sentence and then they're going to kick your ass out. We want upwards of 70 million people in this country are here, and Democrats want them here because allegedly they're helping. Well, we know they're helping with the census, because the census doesn't count citizens. It's helping all people count for the census, not just citizens. Yeah, isn't that a bit of Trump syndrome? No one was up in arms when Obama, Clinton, Biden deported millions? Yeah. While I obviously agree that Renee Good obstructed justice, I found claims of domestic terrorism, intent of killing the federal agent against her outrageous. Just want to get chats in your take. Well, the problem is she did want to kill that. She had the intent of killing that officer. When you are surrounded by law enforcement, and your wife is yelling, just go, baby, go, and there's an officer in front of your vehicle and you put your foot on the accelerator, your intent is to kill that officer. When you strike somebody with a vehicle, your intent to kill. However, and let me say this a different way, just so we're clear. If the Department of Justice regulation didn't specifically spell this out. And this is where, again, I don't like people that want to come into my show specifically and want to argue with me about shit they've never even read. Department of Justice 116 tech, all zeros, Department of Justice policy on the use of force. This cannot be spelled out any clearer. Number 1, deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Number 1. No, you didn't. Not at all. Number 2, firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged in a moving vehicle unless 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. Yes, she struck him. 2, the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious permanent injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Firearms may not be discharged from a moving vehicle except in exigent circumstances. In those situations, an officer must have articulatable reason for this use of deadly force. If feasible, and it would do so not to increase the danger to the officer or others, a verbal warning to submit to the authority of the officer shall be given prior to the use of deadly force. Warning shots are not permitted outside of the prison context. So, prohibited restraint techniques for the purpose of this section. Chokehold is a physical restraint technique that applies pressure to the throat or windpipe and restricts an individual's ability to breathe. Accorded restraint is a physical restraint technique that restricts blood flow to the brain, causing temporary unconsciousness. Law enforcement and correctional officers are prohibited from using a chokehold or cardiac restraint unless the standard of necessity for deadly force is satisfied. Just so you know, this is a chokehold. This is a butterfly choke. This is actually more effective. This chokehold takes until you run out of oxygen to go out. A butterfly choke, I can put you out in 3 seconds. It takes me about 2 seconds to get it locked in, and then once in up and around one side of your neck, in up and around the other side of your neck, once in place, butterfly, unconscious. Right? We just were talking about Renee Good. We did spend the first part of the show talking about Trump corruption and pardons. But in that split second, couldn't it be argued, especially with his recent history, maybe removal from force? I definitely don't see murder, though. No, it's murder. His intent was to kill her. Yes, we talk about that's why I'm in the politics category. Talk about politics drama all the time. Yeah, that's the problem, Lou. Because he was in violation of policy, it's murder. Manslaughter is you run up onto the street and you punch me in the face. And without thinking about it, just based on where we are, you punch me in the face, and on your second punch, I grab you by the wrist and the elbow and I throw you to the side, because that's what I was. And you get struck by a car. They're not going to charge me with murder. My intent was not to commit murder. My intent was self-defense. What I've done is committed homicide. You're dead as the result of my actions. If they want to do everybody a solid, what they'll do is they'll charge me with accidental homicide or justified homicide, and then dismiss with prejudice. It'll all happen. Mr. Jalan, you're being charged with accidental homicide. How do you plead? I plead guilty. Your Honor, based on the situation, it's justifiable homicide. We'd like to dismiss the charges with prejudice. Thank you. Now I can't be charged again by a higher authority, because that'd be double jeopardy. But if he believes he is about to be run over, doesn't that matter? Nope. And here's why it doesn't. Here's why it doesn't matter. Because the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. This is what damns him, because the policy that he is trained under says, and remember, it's not like this is buried all the way at the bottom of like page 97, but you'd have to know what he thought at the moment. Nope. I do not have to know. I do not have to have a witness able to testify what he believed, because you know what his training tells him not to do? Stand in front of the fucking vehicle. It specifically says he can't shoot if he can move. He did move. He fired one round through the facing right side of the windshield, 2 more rounds through the open window. 2 of his 3 shots proved he was able to move. If he had been able to move, now he was struck, but he was struck because he was standing somewhere he shouldn't have been. My training in the military told me the same thing that my training in horses taught me. The dangerous part of the horse is the mouth and the feet. The dangerous part of the car is in front and behind. You don't stand in a driving angle. You also had 3 or 4 different officers shouting commands at her. That is not how that works. Where was she shot? I remember first person saying 3 shots in the head. It was, I believe it was 1 shot to the head, 1 shot to the arm, and right breast. Left forearm, right breast, and her head. And she was there for 8. It was above the breast, but did not strike a vital organ. I'm sorry, that's fucking murder. You were mad that last June you were dragged 50 feet by a car and then you were gun happy. I want to see a psychological evaluation that says he was cleared fit for duty. And I just don't want to see the report. I want to see the evaluation. I'm qualified. I'm qualified to parse through it. I want to know what questions were asked. I want to know how much therapy he got for being dragged 50 feet by a car. Couldn't that also be said for letting him back in the field if not ready? Yeah. Oh yeah, when it comes to the fact that he committed murder, there's a lot of people going to be blamed for it. But he murdered that woman. His intent was to kill her. Also, he's not a very good shot. Just saying. It's why training matters. One of the first questions I'm going to ask, if I walk up to as a commander in the military, as an officer, I'll say as an officer, if I show up at a shooting and I'm investigating use of force, and you have 27 rounds left in your magazine, I'm going to say, okay, you have 27 rounds left in your magazine. What I know is that you fired 3 shots. And then I look at the person has 3 bullet wounds to the head. Arrest that individual. Why are you arresting him? Because they didn't follow orders. You put 3 in their head. Yeah? That's not our policy. That's not how we teach you to shoot. Military personnel discharged 3 rounds as one shooting incident. 2 to the chest and 1 to the head. Reevaluate. Is the threat contained? No. 2 more to the chest, 1 more to the head. Is the threat contained? Yes. Stop shooting. Is the person on the ground? Yes. Do they have a firearm? No. You cannot shoot them again. The threat is contained. Is the person on the ground? Yes. Do they have something in their hand that looks like a trigger? Yes. Keep shooting. The threat's not contained. Suicide vest. I'm going to be a little bit more forgiving if you decide to put 6 or 9 rounds into the person. I'm not even going to ask. As long as it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I ain't going to ask a fucking thing. I'm not pencil whipping that evaluation. I don't have to ask you. I'm not going to ask you a fucking question. I'm looking. Did you follow procedure? Is this person dead in front of the yellow line or after the yellow line? Is this person dead in front of the red line or after the red line? I show up, you put 2 in their chest, 1 in their head, and they're past the red line, and I don't see a blood trail that you dragged the body. Case closed as far as I'm concerned. I don't give a shit. I have watched generals get put on the ground by airmen with guns drawn because Skippy Bo fucking general walked across a red line in a PL2 area and didn't have his fucking badge on. And I have watched 2 airmen fuck a general up. And I watched that general be mad as shit. And I've been there as his local liaison, as I'm not about to run up and say that's General so-and-so, that's General. I'm going to stand my fucking happy jack crack ass right here because you're in the middle of police enforcement. I have a badge on. I have the authority to walk up to that scene. I also have the fucking intelligence to take out my fucking phone and call call the BDOC, the Base Defense Operations Center, and say, hey, just so that you know, you got 2 airmen that did a great job and they just jacked up the general and he's on the ground, but you might want to get somebody with some fucking rank out here or get on the radio and tell them to turn around and look at me. The guy on the phone is going to tell you who it is, but the general's still fucking wrong. But I'm a general, and I remember being there with him, and he was mad as a fucking hornet. He got jacked up, put on the ground, put in handcuffs, put in the back of the car. Why didn't you tell him who I was? My response to the general is, why are you walking around a PL2 area without your fucking line badge on? Well, I just needed to go and see if the aircraft were, sir, at this moment, your rank doesn't mean shit. That's a contained, secure area. I understand you're the big boss of the big bosses. But they should have shot your ass. Because you started arguing with them. I've been jacked up on the flight line as the air boss, the ground boss. I've been jacked up. Because they didn't see my badge. My badge is on my uniform. I'm supposed to be there. Excuse me, sir. Yes, get on the ground. Okay. I ain't gonna argue with two fucking young men with fucking firearms that I know are loaded. I'm not gonna argue with you. That's your job. Now, in this case, you were wrong because my badge is visible. Also, visual ID. Everybody knows who I am. I run the air terminal. I run all the ground operations. You should know who the fuck I am. As an E2, I told an E8 and an O3 to take their hats off because they were on the flight line. The proper response to take the fucking hats off. They did it and they thanked me. Yeah, you don't wear no covers on the flight line because they're FOD, foreign object debris. You never know when a jet's gonna come past and your fucking hat's gonna get sucked off your head. No hats on the flight line. If you have to wear a hard hat on the flight line, it has to be double secured, which is a fucking nightmare, but it is what it is. Generally, if you have to wear a hard hat on a flight line, they shut down operations. Why? Because if you're wearing a hard hat, you're doing construction, and what the fuck's wrong with the flight line? But when you're working on a hydrant system, you have to wear a hard hat. It sucks. It sucks ass. Generally, we wait till we're in the pit to put the hard hat on. We take the hard hat out when we come. I'm sorry, some of you might not know what the fuck I'm talking about. On a flight line, there's pits that have the hydrant system, and then there's big ones called vaults that collect all the water. Well, you got to go into them periodically to do maintenance. Well, you got to have a hard hat on because some asshole decided that in all construction zones, you have to have a hard hat. As I once tried to explain, if anything up there falls on me, it's going to kill me. Period. Dot. Yeah, the carrier is different. That's what I'm talking about. You have, is it 3 you guys have? We have 2. We have double secured. You guys have 3? Maybe that's why the fucking Navy guys on the flight deck are always so angry. Lots of blood flow to the head. Why don't you just put 2 fucking screw holes in the side of their head? You can just rivet that shit on. Did I see Trump's comments on NATO's troops staying back from the front line when Article 5 was invoked post 9/11? No, I'm going to take a quick break, but can you show me that? I'd love to see that one. I'll be right back. All right. I did not see Donald Trump make comments about NATO's troops being behind the front lines when the United States went to war. But I will preface this. I was not in the military in the initial response to 9/11. I did not sign up for about a year later because the recruiter told me to finish my master's degree. He said there's absolutely no point in you not finishing your master's degree. not finishing it. He's like, finish your master's degree. Right now it's going to be a nightmare to get you in anyway. I said, okay, so I went and finished my master's degree. But I spent an awful lot of time reviewing, because I did contingency operations as my second assignment. I spent a lot of time reviewing our responses in 9/11. We didn't want our NATO allies with us in Afghanistan after 9/11. I can't really go into too much technical detail, but we didn't even want different branches of service operating in the same area in the early days of 9/11. We were onboarding some technology that allows vehicle-to-vehicle coordination so that everybody knows who everybody else is in a area of operation. The idea of joint ops is an interesting thing. Joint operations comes with a lack of clarity of vocabulary. Like, for example, when the US military supports local law enforcement has to be really, really careful about the phrase repeat your last. Because to military members, repeat your last was for me to fire again with my last firing solution. So if I get told to put down cover fire on building 7, and by the way, if military people will tell you, you get these stupid fucking grid maps and all the buildings are numbered and you're literally hoping to God you have the same coded building key as that guy, because the buildings sometimes change numbers, which is a nightmare. So I get told to put suppressive fire on building 7. So we fire a burst of suppressive fire. If I hear apprentice repeat your last, I fire again at building 7. That's what I did last. Even if I had just been on the radio and I said something, repeat your last is not repeat what you said on the radio. Say again over means it came through garbled. Repeat your last is a firing solution. So that's a big disconnect between military and civilian. Now, this is a joke. It's a joke. If you say the phrase secure that building to the 4 branches of service, you're going to get radically different results. If you say secure that building to the Marine Corps, they're going to throw in a bunch of grenades and ordnance, and there's going to be everybody's dead on the inside because that building is now considered secure. There's no threat in it. If you tell the Army to secure the building, they're going to enter it with flashbangs and small arms fire. If you tell the Navy to secure the building, they're going to turn off the lights and lock the doors. And if you tell the Air Force to secure a building, they're going to take out a 3-year lease with an option to buy. Because we all do different things. That military doesn't even like having different branches of service working in the same area because how they do things is different. So when Donald Trump says shit like our allies were like, literally, what do you want from us? And W was like, I literally want you to stay the fuck out of my way. And I'm gonna say this, and it's not nice, and I wish my country wasn't like this. There was a second reason why we didn't want anybody but the Israelis with us in Afghanistan. We didn't want anybody but the Israelis with us in Afghanistan because when it comes to getting information out of people, we didn't want any witnesses. There is a reason why we turned over an awful lot of people from Afghanistan to the Israelis. Because what do the Israelis really excel at? Information extraction. When we went into Iraq the second time, when we would find leaders of ISIS, we did joint information extraction with the Israelis. And you know why we got some really good fucking intel from some of these people? The moment they were detained, they were like, I will tell you anything you want to know. Do not give me to Mossad. Because Mossad doesn't give a shit what state you're in when they return you. If they return you at all. We didn't want witnesses in 9/11. We also didn't want the world to know that part of our fighting in 9/11 was buying off one warlord so that we didn't have to fight him. We radically changed the power structure in Afghanistan. And then what happened 20 years later? It bit us in the ass. Just so everybody knows, information derived from torture is considered the most unreliable information. Because at some point in torture, people will make shit up just to make the pain to stop. It's a lot like 1984. Yeah, we didn't buy off. We did it 6 to 8 ways simultaneously because we thought that we could get them all to kill each other and we wouldn't have to deal with them later.
Anything up?
Let's see. What did he say?
Them, you know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that, and they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines, but we've been very good to Europe and to many other countries. And, you know, now under my administration, that began because we had a very successful first term. That began then, but it has to be a two-way street. And it's been a two-way street, much more so. And now it's really been a two-way street.
What the fuck? When has our relationship with Europe ever not been a two-way street? Did you literally just say our NATO allies were back behind the front lines? That's what we asked them to do. Again, Trump's the GOAT. I don't know. He's not the greatest of all time. I don't know what fucking world you're living in. But he's not. He's really not. If you're going to call Trump the greatest of all time, you got to be able to tell me, how is your life better now than it was a year and 3 days ago? Goofiest of all time. No, I don't think Obama's the GOAT either. Hey, Nova. I don't think Obama's the GOAT. I don't think we've had a president that I would say is the GOAT. I think that, yeah, the GOAT, generally objectively anti-trustworthy. Have I heard about the kidnapping of a 5-year-old boy by ICE? Yeah, the thing that didn't happen. Yeah, a 5-year-old boy didn't get kidnapped by ICE. The dad, was here, ran away from ICE and left his kid in the street in the cold. And ICE did what all American law enforcement do. And they hold on to kids until such time as they can be reunited with a parent or legal guardian. And when that can't happen, they turn them over to Child Protective Services. It's not like this is a big fucking shock. It happens every day in America. A guy gets pulled over, or a woman gets pulled over with kids in the car, and she has to go to jail because she's a warrant. Those kids get detained by the local police and nobody's out there protesting that. Shit, man. If I could go around and commit crimes and I can't be arrested because I have my kids with me, I'd have 5 more kids. They might not all be mine, but I'd have them with me. Dad fucked off and abandoned his kid. Now, I will say this, that the 5-year-old boy situation is bad all around. The 5-year-old boy situation is bad all the way around because fuck ICE, just inbred with too much power. Hey man, I'm gonna do you a favor. Fuck right off with that bullshit. ICE isn't inbred with too much power. ICE has one job, and nobody's letting them do their job. Governors are interfering with that. I think if you want to fix the message, arrest Newsom, arrest Waltz, arrest Pritzker, arrest the mayor of Minneapolis, the mayor of Chicago, and the mayor of New York. Because all of those fucking people are hiding criminals in the country. Most of what you're seeing is a bunch of bullshit because the last 3 Democratic presidents have deported more people than Donald Trump did. So where was all the fucking outrage when Clinton deported, what, 12 million people? Where was the outrage? We're at the point because when law and order breaks down, like, if we didn't have ICE, we would have a country of 600 million people. Because America is better. Being poor in America is oftentimes better than being middle class or upper class in other countries. Here's the thing. You want to say fuck ICE? Sure, I got you. Let me send 12 million illegal immigrants to your country. Let me see how your country responds to having 12 million illegal immigrants in it. I'm not talking 12 million illegals. I'm not talking about the 52.5 legal documented residents. I'm talking about the 12 million illegal aliens that crossed the border illegally. They didn't come through a point of entry. So when people start saying shit to me like fuck ICE, well then fuck your police force. Fuck Ukraine. Ukraine should just let Russia show up. But Russia's committing crimes. Well, you don't want American law enforcement to enforce law in America, then Ukraine should just give up all of that grain land to Russia. Because it was Russia's first, right? A lot of people in Ukraine say Trump has started to get Alzheimer's or something. I think a lot of people in Ukraine, including yourself, need to shut the fuck up about how we handle our shit. Otherwise, it's really easy for us to take our ball and go home. See what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Your first comment to me was fuck ICE, just inbred with too much power. Well, they represent the like Russia is illegally entering your country and you're fighting back. Why not just give them the land? So it's okay for you to defend yourselves, but it's not okay for a government, a Department of Justice, law enforcement agency to do their job. Now, are there going to be mistakes? Yeah, there's going to be tons of mistakes. I voted for Trump, and I do think the trajectory is going better than the alternative, but I will admit I hate listening to him speak, but I do appreciate you being center for the majority of issues. Surgeon General here, let me give you a reason why I absolutely hate Donald fucking Trump. I absolutely hate Donald Trump. Why the fuck is steak double in price in about his presidency? Uh-oh. People, do you think I've lost a life to executions by Russians for criticizing them? Right, but we're not talking about how Russia runs Russia. We're talking about, I didn't moderate you, the AI bot did. I don't have a problem with how Russia moderates Russians. If Russians don't like it, they can leave. Denmark had zero immigrant politics since 2001, but went full speed on it in 2005. I think America needs to throw all the illegals out. Yes, America needs to throw all the illegals out. The illegals. The illegals. We need to throw the illegals out. People are saying, oh, well, they have a right to come here because their country. Then why do we have border patrol at all? Why don't we just let everybody come here? You're mad about a country that has 12 million illegals in it, and you see how much 12 million illegals impact the economy. What's going to happen if there's 100 million illegals? And it's not like I haven't thought this through in great detail. I want to get rid of everybody who that shouldn't be here. In Ukraine, kill people is using the Ukraine flag and burning our flags. Oh, and? But that must be okay though, right? Because you don't want any law enforcement. Because your response was literally fuck ICE. So fuck law enforcement. Because ICE is law enforcement. ICE is doing their job in America as the law tells them to do. I want to get rid of everybody who shouldn't be here. I want to fix the problems. Then I want to be a country of legal immigration. Because when we say that we need about 7 million workers then I want to open up 7 million visas. But when you have people that can't get a job, there are people here that will do a job for way less than Americans will do it. Well, that impacts your economy. Period. Dot. I don't think you should be able to stay at home and get unemployment. To keep your unemployment 20 years ago, I don't know what it is now. You had to apply for 3 jobs a week. 3 jobs a week. To keep your unemployment, 3 jobs a week. 3 jobs a fucking week. Unemployment should work the way FDR wanted unemployment to work. Unemployment should work where every day you get up and you go to the unemployment office and you sit in the unemployment office filling out applications because you have a skill set. I don't know why the AI bot is. What about masculine killing by Russian soldiers in hospitals and schools? But Nova, why is that a crime? You literally said fuck ICE. So fuck law enforcement. You're a little on the hate speech side today, so the AI mod is getting you. It's not me, it's AI moderator. It's Kicks moderation. But if your response about America is we can't have law enforcement in our country, then crime is okay. And you don't get to be picky choosy about what crime. Where we have the breakdown is, if we got rid of all the illegal aliens out of this country and all the resident aliens who shouldn't be here, then our economy would fix itself. Because the need for labor would go up, which means wages have to rise naturally when labor's not there. But I think everybody that's on unemployment should have to go to the unemployment office every day and sit there. If you're being paid 40-hour work wage, you should have to do 40 hours of work. I think if you're on unemployment and there's no jobs for you to apply to today, you should be given a rake, a broom, a shovel, and go clean a park. Go pick up trash on the street. Go paint graffiti. But we tried that, and the Civilian Conservation Corps, and the Supreme Court told FDR, the American government can't employ all the unemployed people. So instead, I know people that during COVID were getting $750+ a week to sit at home and do nothing, and then when COVID ended and people started going back to work, those people literally said, fuck that, I'm not going back to work until I find a job making $18 an hour, because that's what I'm making on unemployment. Everybody wants a fucking free handout. There's no such thing as free. Free comes out of somebody's pocket. Europe does not have free healthcare. Europe has taxpayer-provided healthcare. Europe does not have free school. Europe has taxpayer-provided schooling. Interestingly enough, you take a person and you grow them up in America, you grow them up in Europe, and you give them the same exact career. Person in America accumulates $500,000 more worth of wealth. Not all law force, just the part that is abusing the power. I'm part of the Red Cross here in the Ukraine. Right, but ICE isn't abusing their powers. How do you figure ICE is abusing their powers? Every alien 18 years or older shall at all times carry with him and have in his personal possession any certificate of alien registration or alien registration receipt card. ICE has the power to interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to be in or remain in the United States. So where are they abusing their power? They're doing exactly what the law tells them to do. Oh, is that because you don't actually know American law? Well, don't feel bad. Most Americans don't know American law. And these were, these are the laws in the books. These are the law of the land. But the average American doesn't even know their civil rights. It's like, I need to read up on U.S. law where I can read up on it. All of our laws are printed. You can literally Google search American immigration law and follow the rabbit hole. Follow the rabbit hole down all the way to the bottom. That was like that girl the other day on Tim Pool that I showed, and she was talking about due process. She said the Fourth Amendment like 8 times. She said due process. The Fourth Amendment isn't even the due process amendment that uses the word due process. It's the Fifth Amendment. 4, 5, 6, and 8 are your due process amendments. But we have people that are so certain that they know the law that they come off as really stupid. These two, if you've never seen these two create, oh no, where are they? Download? Do I not have it? Thought I had it. Do I not have their video? I'm gonna be so sad if I don't. I thought I downloaded it. Where the fuck is that one? Come on. Oh, last night my interwebs went down. How do the unemployment law work in the United States? 50 different ways because we have 50 different unemployment programs, unfortunately. Because unemployment is a state-run program, not a federally run program. All right. I think this is it.
Are ICE agents real law enforcement with real law enforcement powers? A lot of people are saying they aren't, but that's wrong.
Independent of what you think of them, under the law, which is what we talk about here, ICE agents are real federal law enforcement officers. They actually complete their training at the same giant federal facilities where other agencies like the Secret Service, DEA, and Marshals train.
As for the law, their authority to investigate and make arrests for immigration crimes falls under these two federal statutes, sections 1226 and 1357. But because they are sworn federal law enforcement officers, they also have broad Title 18 authority. Title 18 being the general code of federal criminal laws in the U.S.
And this is a big point of misunderstanding for people. A lot of people think that ICE only has authority for immigration-related offenses. And while it's true that ICE's main mission is to enforce immigration-related crimes, they won't be staffed on a bank robbery, for example, they still technically have the legal authority to arrest for tons of different federal crimes committed in their presence, because they are sworn federal law enforcement.
This is how we see ICE agents in the news arresting for things like obstruction and assault, even though these aren't specific immigration offenses. And because tons of people in the comments are getting this wrong, this is just an important clarification for you to know.
You have any idea what percentage of people you're detaining turn out to be American citizens?
Well, first, is ICE arresting U.S. citizens? ICE arrests U.S. citizens every day for trafficking and smuggling and drug distribution and weapons dealing.
The problem we have, what's the difference? Well, we have 50 states. America is a federal constitutional republic. In America, there are things that are the purview of the federal government, and the federal government makes the laws on. And there is things that are the purview of the state, and the state makes the laws on. And then there are things that the federal government makes rules on that the states make more restrictive. Unfortunately, the one thing you can't do is be more restrictive on an enumerated right. So you can't make gun, like my state has a firearm owner identification card requirement. The Supreme Court has ruled that to be unconstitutional because the Supreme Court says you can't have a process that requires people to go through an unnecessary burden or hurdle to exercise a constitutionally protected right. But what we have is a bunch of dumb motherfuckers that listen to dumb motherfuckers in social media, and then they think that, like, I understand that I operate in the hemisphere of social media, but I tell you off the bat what my background is. I don't mix words. I don't try to claim that I have knowledge base that I don't have, right? My graduate work is in education, focused on curriculum design and special education. My undergrad work is Bachelor's of Arts in History and Politics. Now, I did realize that my dash on that for pre-law went missing. I also have an undergraduate degree in applied science. My degree is actually in applied science, electrical engineering, and my concentration is biomedical technology. And then I have endorsements to teach as a master teacher in anthropology, civics, economics, political science, psychology, sociology, U.S. and world history. And the reason why there's there and two ands there is because the way my state does it, U.S. and world history is a grouping. That's why there's two ands. It should have an ampersand there. I got to fix that as well. Typos. I talk about the law and I talk about politics because I'm trained in the law and I'm trained in politics. Now, if a lawyer comes in and starts getting into the real nuances, I defer to a lawyer because the lawyer knows up-to-date case law. What's the difference between the Democrats and the public? One's a political party and one's everybody. The Democrats are half of the people. Well, a little less than half of the people. The Republicans are a little less than half of the people. And all the other political parties are there. And then you basically have the Democrats, the Republicans are the two major political parties. And then you have the Libertarians, the Green, the Socialist, people that run as independents, Anarchist. Yes, we have an anarchist party. And then, yeah, the Republicans. It's really funny, though, that the Democrats don't believe in democracy and the Republicans don't believe in a republic. We have stupid names. We should literally, at this point, just call them the Reds and the Blues. Because that's basically what they are. But what we have is we have Americans that are under the belief, because social media, you know, people have told them ICE can't detain you. Yeah, the Crips and the Bloods. ICE can absolutely detain an American. The Department of Justice, Title 16, Chapter 16, applies to all Department of Justice individuals. I don't think we have a Satanist party. I think somebody registered one, but they've never actually, I don't believe they've actually ever won an election. Not at the federal level. I don't recall that party winning an election. I think a person in some vagity who had already won a federal election was considering joining that party to give it some legitimacy, but then the parliamentarian told them, you can't change your political party after your election. You can change your political affiliation, but you can call yourself whatever you want, but your party, you were a member of the party that elected you. You can make the change, you can decide you're going to change and run as the other party in the next election, but you get recorded through parliamentarian process. Oh, do they have a commission? Yes, they do. Yes, the Church of Satan has a political party. Didn't you guys have a Nazi support party back in the 30s? Yes, we had a Nazi support party back in the 30s. Without a doubt. In fact, we've had neo-Nazis run for political office. We have had people in this country run by saying if they get elected, they're going to kill all the blacks. Not a really wise way to try to run, but you can. Why isn't that hate speech? Well, it's hate speech that's protected by political party speech. Because they're talking about people in general, not a specific person. But that's the world we live in.
Any idea what?
But we literally live in a world where people think that ICE can't detain Americans. And what's really, really scary about that is you have people saying ICE can't detain Americans, and they don't get it.
Perfect propaganda piece. You wanna know what's wild? That 5-year-old being detained in the news, that the whole story just makes me laugh, because you see the picture and it's literally just a man holding his hand on the backpack. So it's like they're just keeping him close by. Because obviously it wouldn't make any sense to fucking just let the kid roam free and run off and go somewhere else. They need to make sure that this child is safe. Because the father ran away. The father ran and abandoned the child, but none of you are talking about that part. None of you are batting an eyeball about it, because most of you are cool with just murdering babies left and right anyways, but that's besides the point. The point is, you're more concerned with the fact that they were keeping the child close by and keeping him safe while they did this investigation than the fact that the father ran away and abandoned his child.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. But this is, I'm going to show you the example of what is becoming more and more common in American police stops. This is what's happening more and more often.
What's up, man? You got license and insurance? What's the reason for the stop? Your license plates are suspended.
Central 322. You roll ahead.
That's false.
License and insurance. What's the reason for the stop? I've told you the reason for the stop. Now you've said that's false. You know what needs to happen at this point? President Jalon, by executive order, authorizes the police officers to yank an ignorant motherfucker out of the car. He was polite. License and, do you got a license and registration, or you got a license and insurance? What's the reason for the stop? I don't need to tell you that until I have your license and insurance in my hand, but I'm trying to be a good officer. I'm trying to keep it de-escalated. I told you the reason for the stop, which unless this is California, which I don't legally have to do until I have what you've given me, because by contract, you agreed in 49 states that when stopped by a police officer while in operation of a motor vehicle, you will immediately, without question, without debate, surrender your driver's license in order for the very simple nature to ensure that you are driving the car legally. The time to prove your innocence and argue is not with the cop. Right. If your license plates aren't suspended, your DMV record's going to show that.
It's false? That is. My license plate is not suspended, sir. Okay. Your license plates are suspended. That's the reason I'm stopping you.
Impossible, because I just paid.
You have your driver's license and proof of insurance?
Sir, can you show me? Because I literally...
No, I'm not showing you. Do you have your driver's license?
Can you show me? Do you have your... This is now the fourth time he's asked.
And proof of insurance.
I'm sorry, sir, but I need proof that I actually...
I need proof. At this point, you don't need proof. The law clearly states... You have asked the officer for RAS. You have asked him for reasonable articulatable suspicion. The officer's RAS is, I have run your license plates. Your license plates are coming up as suspended. I need your license and your insurance, please. At this point, you are obstructing. Period, dot. And you should be charged with obstructing. And if we did this for about a month, and we just, you know what, man? I'm yanking you out of the car. I'm towing your shit. I'm charging you with obstruction. So now a traffic ordinance is going to become a criminal misdemeanor. You do this shit for about a month. A month of people finding out. And they will stop this shit. A month of people finding out. They will stop this shit.
Got my license.
No, you don't. That's not how it works.
I literally just checked with the DMV.
That isn't how it works.
I literally checked with the DMV.
I'm stopping you. And they show me your license and proof of insurance.
I'm good.
That's false, dude.
Central 31. Can I get another car over here?
Matter of fact, can you call your supervisor?
No. Give me your license.
Why do you guys want the insurance? Because it's a requirement. It's a law that it is a law that you must have insurance to operate a motor vehicle.
Proof of insurance.
May I please have a supervisor, please?
No, absolutely.
May I have a supervisor? That's that social media shit I'm talking about. No, you can't have a fucking supervisor. And let me tell you, you don't want a supervisor like me to show up. Because I'm going to walk up and I'm say, you called for a supervisor? Yeah, get the fuck out of the car. Why? Because I can pull a person out of a car for any and all reasons, including no reason. And all I'm going to tell you is officer safety. Now you've just taken what would have been a ticket that you could have gone to court and fought into a criminal arrest.
Absolutely not.
By law, you cannot deny me a supervisor.
No, I absolutely.
By law, you cannot deny me. Where the fuck is? Show me the law that says you have to get a supervisor on scene.
There's no law that states you get to request a supervisor and that you'll be given one.
Yes, I worked as a teacher and I ran a school.
In fact, the law actually says that when I ask for your driver's license, you are to produce said driver's license and proof of insurance, of which you are not doing.
But also,
I love this. I love this. He literally, this officer is a professional. First of all, that law isn't a law. And here's the law. I've now asked you 5 times. All this over a fix-it ticket. Yeah.
Also said that my license is suspended.
Your license plates are suspended. That's correct.
Impossible.
It's not impossible.
Because I literally just came from the DMV the other day.
Okay.
So if you tell them the DMV that literally said my license is good, and now you're telling me it's false, that's impossible. Because I literally just checked with the state of Illinois.
Well, it's not Illinois. That motherfucker just said Illinois. Take him out of the car. Drop him on his head on the pavement. It's Illinois. The S is silent. You live in the fucking state. Know how to pronounce the name of the place you fucking live.
Okay.
They would have told me that at the DMV.
Go ahead and get your driver's license and proof of insurance.
6 times.
Sir. This is false.
No, there's nothing false about it. Okay?
Even my tags are up to date.
Okay, get your license and your proof of insurance.
So if it was
or some kind of identification.
Is there a way I could check that?
No.
I want to verify that, please.
No, you're not verifying anything. You're going to hand over your license and your proof of insurance. That's what you're going to do.
May I please verify that my license?
No, there's nothing to verify here. Okay?
Okay. Right there is where I got to knock the officer. In Illinois, you can check the status of your license plates. However, what you check on the status of your license plates is going to say whether or not your license plates are paid for, but you can get your license plates suspended for tolls. What the driver's side can do is see that I paid my registration and I have a 2026 sticker on my plate.
Hand over your license and your proof of insurance.
I need a supervisor.
No, you're not getting a supervisor. Hand over your license and your proof of insurance. Roll this back window down.
There's nothing in my car, sir. I'm sorry.
Roll this back window down is a completely lawful command for anybody that's concerned. This guy's acting suspicious. Reasonable articulatable suspicion is that I have asked this driver for 10 times. 8 times I've asked them. The 9th time I gave a command, a lawful command. And now I'm beginning to feel that there is suspicion that this driver doesn't want me to run their information.
All right,
okay, roll this back window down.
There's really nothing in my car but a massage table, sir.
Roll the window all the way down. All the way down.
I need a supervisor, sir.
You're not getting a supervisor, okay?
Okay, but that's by. Okay, that's. I don't know why you're saying by law, but I understand the law. So
no, the law is that.
No, you don't understand the fucking law, you dumb fucking truck. Because if you understood the law, you would understand that the law clearly states that when operation of a motor vehicle, every state except California, technically a police officer can pull you over for no reason just to see if you have a driver's license. Just so we're absolutely fucking clear, the officer can pull you over while in operation of a motor vehicle, walk up and say, may I see your driver's license? And if you produce it, he can look at it, hand it right back to you and say, on your way. In that regard, he cannot run it. He cannot run the license, but he can check to see if you have it.
When I conduct a traffic stop and you're pulled over by a police officer and they ask for your identification, your driver's license,
that's true,
and proof of insurance, you are to produce those documents.
And that's true. And
okay?
I do have my right to ask you why you pulled me over, and you pulled me over stated.
And I told you.
You do not have the right to ask the officer for why he pulled you over. People are going to say, but reasonable articulatable suspicion. What's the RAS? In every state but California, the police officer does not have to tell you a RAS. They are not required by law. By law, you must surrender your driver's license. The officer has now explained that twice.
Not true, because I literally just came to the DMV the other day.
Okay,
and they told me.
Now at this point, we've gone all the way around the circle twice. This is 3 minutes in, and the guy still hasn't produced his driver's license. This cop is far more patient than I am, because the guy would have already been out the car. In fact, I think if this is the one, as soon as the second vehicle, as soon as the second officer arrives, they're going to yank him out.
They told me my license was good.
Okay, well.
You notice that this guy keeps saying my license is good, my license is good? The cop doesn't know if the license are good or not. He's talking about the plates.
I literally just got my license.
I provided you the reason, and I'm asking for your driver's license and your proof of insurance, okay?
And I'm grateful.
You don't seem to understand it because you're not giving it to me. You're not getting it.
And that I do understand, and I get it. But the fact that you're telling me something that's not true, because I literally just came from the place that told me but my license was good.
Well, we'll get there.
So
but this isn't the time to do it.
We'll get there, but this is not the time to do it. The time to make this argument is in front of the judge.
The time is to give me your license.
I already got there. I went to the DMV. I got there already. You're telling me a false statement, sir.
It's not a false statement. Even if it is a false statement, this isn't the way to go about it. I'm asking for your license and your proof of insurance.
So it's okay to run my tags?
Yes, I can run any vehicle's tags on the road. That's correct.
Okay, and that says it's suspended, right?
Yep.
My state of Illinois is suspended.
Yep.
Even though I literally just checked with the DMV the other day and they said I was good.
Okay.
If that's the case, I would have got pulled over.
Where's your driver's license and your proof of insurance? Do you have any firearms in the car?
Sir, just because you see my identification, it's a Floyd car. I do not have my CCLs.
Okay. Well, I'm asking if there are any firearms in the car.
Is that?
The police officer may ask if there's any firearms in the car. He's allowed to do that. The police officer, remember, and this is why I say to people, don't talk to cops. 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 Miranda only applies if you are in custody, not free to leave, and or you have already been designated a suspect of a crime. On paper, a cop saying, do you have any guns in the car, is a perfectly legal question. And if you answer it, it falls under, well, one, it falls under officer safety, but two, it'll fall under spontaneous utterance. I asked you a question for officer safety. You elected to answer the question, but I wasn't advised of my Miranda warnings. Well, you weren't under arrest yet.
The reason why you stopped me, sir?
No, that's not the reason. The reason I'm asking you is I just saw your FOID card.
I understand that. That's great. But
I saw your FOID card. I literally saw a FOID card, and now I'm asking you if you have a gun in the car because you have a Illinois card. For those of you that don't know what a FOID card is, it's a firearm owner identification card. You have to carry it when you're carrying your weapon. Most people carry it all the time.
I just told you I do not have a firearm. It's a FOID card. That means I can't even have a firearm anyway outside of my home. So
That is incorrect. You absolutely can have a firearm outside of your home. You cannot have a readied armed weapon on your person without a concealed carry license. However, you have to have a FOID card if you're transporting a firearm. You could have a firearm in your trunk. You could have a firearm in your glove box as long as it has a trigger guard on it. As long as the gun has a trigger lock. Now, you'd be playing with fire if you had a loaded weapon in the glove box with a trigger guard on it. Your best bet is to eject the magazine, put the magazine in the driver's console that locks, and the firearm in the glove box with a trigger lock on it. Now the weapon isn't in a ready state. Even better is if you put the firearm in the trunk.
I understand that law as well.
Okay. So there are no firearms in this car?
You also just ran my license, and you just lied to me after I just went to the DMV, and you want my information. I understand what's going on. You're telling me everything that's false. I understand. I get that. But that's good. And at the end of the day, you're still standing here.
Okay.
At the end of the day, you're still standing here. At the end of the day, you're going to go to jail now.
Section 231, can you take a file?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, sir, but you
don't seem to be listening, so...
I'm listening to you. I understand that you're telling me something, but the fact that what you just told me, and I can understand what I just went and what I just did, you're telling me something that's false when I just checked with the place that actually verifies my license.
Okay.
It's just crazy, but it's okay. I mean, I gave you the information.
Might be crazy, I don't know, but I'm just telling you.
It's not, I don't know, bro. This is your job, bro. I don't know, bro. I just want straight answers. I'm just want straight answers for you, sir. They're looking at my license, but if you check my plate already, then you would already. Oh.
If I checked your plate, what?
No, it's okay. You ran my tags, but you would have understood that my license.
I don't have the other parts. What happens is this guy continues. The cop asks him 15 times. The second officer gets there. How many states do you need a card to carry with you? All of them. Now, what that card is and what the details are varies by state. You always need a concealed carry license to carry a concealed weapon. Some states have what's known as an open carry, where you can carry a firearm on your hip or on your back. But if you're going to carry concealed, I don't know of any state that has the ability to conceal carry without a license. But yeah, like in Texas, you can open carry as long as you carry it on your hip and an external holster. Like Billy Bob Thornton says in Landman, it's why everyone's so nice to each other when driving in Texas, because they're all armed. Shit, man, in Texas, out in rural Texas, not in the cities, but in rural Texas, it is not uncommon to still see pickup trucks with fucking gun racks. Can you? I don't think you can. Oh, yeah. You are correct. Texas Penal Code 4602, the Texas and Utah. They do not have domestic concealed carry permits. Yep. Texas and Utah, anybody that is not lawfully barred from carrying a firearm may carry a firearm concealed. I forgot about that. What type of weapon you carry? Dude, I can walk down the street if I have the right license. I can walk down the street with a fully automatic 50 caliber machine gun. It's not the cop's job to educate the fools. You are correct. You can de-escalate, but that guy didn't want to de-escalate. That guy was one of those people. Yeah, they did. That's right. Thank you. That's it. Texas and Utah do issue CCWs, and they're part of that multi-reciprocal thing. Last I checked, Illinois wasn't. So I knew a lot of people that would travel through Illinois. They have to stop just on the Missouri side of the border, get out of their car, put their gun in their gun box in the trunk, because they didn't have a concealed carry in Illinois. They get through to Indiana, they get back out, they put their gun back in their holster. That's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, Texas and Utah issues them, but they issue it for when you're going to be traveling to other states. But yeah, you can carry anything that you have a license for. Not everything that can de-escalate will work on everyone. You are correct. That is correct. But that guy, he goes to jail. Stupid fake AI Trump shit is on YouTube and TikTok. I think it's bullshit and needs to get banned permanently. That is, this question is coming from somewhere else. Obviously, guys, I'm in complete adherence with Twitch's terms of service. I do stream on other platforms, but I only show Twitch chat. Because Twitch is where the majority of my viewership comes from. But unfortunately, I can't show scrolling chat. Nutty got a one-day ban for that, which I think is stupid on Twitch's part, and Dan Clancy needs to get with the times. But like most other companies, companies do really stupid shit because they think it's the really best idea. Twitch is 180 degrees wrong, and I'll talk about that another time. AI, deep fake AIs, we already have a society that's dumb as fuck, and they believe bullshit news and bullshit social media people who never show proof of anything. Like Tim Pool the other day, when I showed his video, he was wrong on a lot of things he said. But I think deep fake AIs don't need to just have a little tiny thing on it that says AI generated content. I think there needs to be a substantial banner. This is AI generated comedy parody. Because people are believing these deep fake shit. I've been the victim of some of them. Because you get going down the rabbit hole on them, and then all of a sudden you're like, hold on. Like, I don't want to have to live my life by starting every fucking deep dive. Is this AI bullshit?
What's up, man? You got license and insurance?
Here we go.
The young boy Liam and his father, who were taken yesterday, have the documentation. I saw it with my own eyes when I visited the home.
Liam and his dad did enter the United States at a port of entry to seek asylum through the CBP-1 app at the Brownsville border crossing. So they did everything right when they came in. They used the app, they made an appointment, they came to the border and presented themselves to Customs and Border Patrol. They've shared all of their information with the government, and they were following the process. They were just trying to secure safety and persecution for their family from their home country. But ICE didn't care about the fact that they had those pending claims and then just arrested them. And this—
Hold on, that's a mighty big statement. That's a mighty big statement. How would ICE have known that the guy had asylum paperwork? The guy took off as soon as he saw ICE. I mean, I'm just saying, if he has the paperwork, if he has asylum paperwork, again, ICE's job description gives them the authority to stop people. And ICE tried to stop the individual, and he ran.
Family was not eluding ICE in any way. They were—
You're not eluding ICE. You fucking ran from ICE. You dumb fucking truck. You ran from the ICE agents. That's fucking eluding.
Following all the established protocols, pursuing their claim for asylum, showing up for their court hearings, and posed no safety, no flight risk, and never should have been detained.
But they weren't even— Here's the thing. As you see in all those traffic videos, and I showed the traffic video in the break between the 5-year-old to talk about, do you have a license and registration? You're being an asshole. What you're doing right now is obstructing. If you have a license and you're sure it's good, hand it to the cop. He's going to write you the ticket. Then you go to court. And when you go into court, then the judge is going to literally be able to look at your record. Like, what they don't realize is the judge can see the record. ICE didn't care about these pending claims. Pending, not quite legal yet. Yes, actually, Rel, asylum cases are legal. They are admitted into the country while they have a pending asylum hearing, which is why I say is another big problem. Why do we allow people into the country before there's an asylum hearing? Because asylum hearings shouldn't be long drawn out affairs. Asylum hearings should be 15 minutes or less. Hi, this is Rail. He comes from North Korea. He's seeking asylum. He's Catholic. Yeah, he's an asylum seeker. Let me show a really good really good video on this topic.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show some West Wing.
We're all set.
What am I doing?
Pardoning a turkey.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Hold on.
Excellent.
Thank you.
It's this one.
Are you guys here for the halftime show?
No. That other one, it goes through that other one is the official one. This is the asylum seeker one.
Mr. President?
Is he here?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Did we get an interpreter?
He speaks English. He's a chemistry professor.
Yeah?
There was a while there I wanted to be a chemistry professor.
What happened?
I never actually studied chemistry.
A lot of these college chemistry departments are really demanding that way.
Yeah.
Mr. President.
Genway?
Yes, sir.
I'm Jed Bartlett. This is Leo McGarry.
How do you do?
Thank you for coming all this way.
Yes, sir.
Fellas, would you mind waiting outside?
Certainly, sir.
Would you care to sit down? It's perfectly all right. There's some sandwiches here. If you get hungry, you should feel free to eat as much as you please.
Yes, sir.
There are questions as to the veracity of your claim to asylum.
Yes, sir.
How did you become a Christian?
I began attending a house church with my wife in Fujian. Eventually, I was baptized.
How do you practice?
We share Bibles. We don't have enough. We sing hymns. We hear sermons. We recite the Lord's Prayer. We are charitable.
Who's the head of your church?
The head of our parish is an 84-year-old man named Wen Ling. He's been beaten and imprisoned many times. The head of our church is Jesus Christ.
Can you name any of Jesus' apostles? If you can't, that's okay. I usually can't remember the names of my kids, or for that matter.
Peter, Andrew, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthew, Thaddeus, Simon, Judas, and James. Mr. President, Christianity is not demonstrated through a recitation of facts. You're seeking evidence of faith, a wholehearted acceptance of God's promise of a better world. For we hold that man is justified by faith alone, is what St. Paul said. Justified by faith alone. Faith is the true... I'm trying to... Shibboleth. Faith is the true shibboleth.
Yes, it is. And you, sir, just said the magic word in more ways than one. Thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, look at that. That's an asylum hearing. That's an asylum hearing right there. If you watch the rest of the episode, the word shibboleth. The word shibboleth was created in order to know who was really a native speaker, because it's a passcode, because the people that know to pronounce it shibboleth know it's shibboleth, and everybody else would pronounce it shaboleth because of how vowels are. I think we need more law about AI use and deepfake here in Europe. Yeah, I agree. But we literally now have a situation where we let people into America that are here for months, years, multiple years, waiting on an asylum hearing. First of all, you said to me, you come in to an asylum port and you say, I'm a practicing Catholic in England and I'm seeking asylum. You're a practicing Catholic in England and you're seeking asylum? Yeah. Hold on one second. Hey, get State on the line. Has there been any Catholic persecutions in England in the last 2 years? Because I'm the judge that oversees Catholicism asylums. And yeah, you know what? Can I just have you step out and we'll call you back in a minute. I'm waiting for some information from the State Department. Next, I'm a Catholic from North Korea. Oh, okay. Well, let's talk then. But you can't tell me the first thing about Catholicism. Nope. Go back to your country. They're beating me because of my beliefs. Well, I got bad news for you. In America, they beat people here all the time too. So you're really not escaping one persecution for another persecution. Guys, remember after 9/11? After 9/11, an Indian store manager and his son were horribly beaten. And the guy is bleeding. His son's been taken to the hospital. He's being interviewed by a news reporter, and they ask him if he's mad. And he says, no, I don't feel any anger. I just feel pity because your Americans are so stupid. You don't understand. I'm not a Muslim. And it was an eye-opener. You got you got Americans that are so ignorant they don't understand that Indians aren't Muslims. It's so much so that 20 some odd years later it became a joke, a literal comedian's joke.
7-Eleven or 9/11? I didn't fucking ask it.
I'm not mad at it, to be honest with you. That's actually a very sophisticated way of asking him if I'm a Hindu or a Muslim. When you think about it, that guy knows more than you realize. That wasn't standard issue racism.
Yeah.
That was, I know enough to be racist and it's funny. I can't be mad at this man. But don't ever call me Muslim again, though. I'm 5'7" out this bitch, bro. Probably be taller if I was Muslim because of the region.
So the answer is 5-7-11.
I mean, you see, I love the guy. I love the comedian's response. That's not standard issue racism. That's being knowledgeable enough about a topic to make it funny. What is the difference between asylum and get your citizenship? Asylum is we let you into the country because if we send you back, you'll be beaten and killed. Citizenship is you become a citizen. There's lots of paths to citizenship. Asylum seekers who are here can get their citizenship. Should it maybe require a company or personal license to use image video generation of AI? Yeah, I think it actually should. But what I've said is social media platforms, when it comes to certain things, should be literally a one strike and you're out process. And again, if you are, yes, but Faye, remember when you do something in writing, right? When you do something in writing, you open yourself up to libel. Even if you think you've properly disclaimed it, if you write something that you know to be false, that's why, like, when you want to make fun of Donald Trump, people will call him Ronald Rump. Because now it's so far into parody. Like, I say Donald Trump is a terrible family man because he's had affairs and he's cheated on wives. He can get as pissed off as he wants about, he can bring a lawsuit for libel. And it's not gonna pass the threshold because I'm gonna say, well, Your Honor, he has had affairs. He's been convicted of paying hush money. So the statement I made wasn't false, regardless of if it was damaging. So you're going to compare writing to generation of a lie in a video format, which basically be disproven, known to be false by the average juror. Nope, it absolutely can't. Yeah. You're seeing holes. The problem is, there you go. When you make a deep fake, you're not saying, what if Donald Trump said this? You're making people think he did say it. Like, you noticed real quick, if you guys know this, the little redhead girl from Wednesday, I saw people stop this shit in half a heartbeat. This girl, holy fuck, where the fuck is she? So this girl right here is the new actress on the Wednesday TV show. And people started using AI generators to make her and Jenna Ortega and Enid like make out in a hot tub. She is a minor. She is not 18. As soon as people got the warning shot across the bow that using AI to make sexually suggestive material about a minor is child porn, all that shit got purged. That shit was gone in a fucking heartbeat. Because remember, child porn doesn't say it has to be real. It just has to be the exploitation of children. So then what they do, they started putting Emma Watson with I just said her fucking name. Jenna Ortega. Well, that's weird and creepy as shit, and you're crossing IPs. What do I think good laws against AI abuse? Really good law against AI abuse is this. Every social media platform should be required by federal law that if a video gets flagged as AI and it's not reported as AI, then users should be given 1 strike. And if they get a strike against them for generating deepfake AI content, then they get kicked off the platform. Then you take their monetization information and you blacklist them off your platform. So they can keep making a bunch of TikTok accounts, but they can never make money off of it because they've been blacklisted from your monetization program. And now you solve the problem. I don't have to write 15,000 things. You just tell the platforms. Because of this, if you don't police this content properly, you're going to bear the financial burden. YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, Reels, all of those, they'll all take Twitter, they'll all take care of it in a fucking heartbeat. You're gonna make us financially responsible. You're gonna make us indemnified for the damages if we don't properly police our platform. Yeah. Well, what about freedom of speech? Doesn't apply. Freedom of speech does not apply. People have to realize this. Freedom of speech does not apply to corporations publishing other people's work. Freedom of speech does not give publishers carte blanche to not enforce law. My freedom of speech is my freedom of speech. Twitch is not responsible for my speech. But if Twitch found out I was speaking in such a way using their platform to cause damages to somebody else, then Twitch should either talk to me and go into strict partnership with me because they also believe what I'm saying, or they should come and correct the behavior and say, you can't say that, and you know you can't say that. Like, you can't do that, and you know that. And if they're not willing to do that, well then, we need to fix the problems. We've got massive problems with a stupid population in the Western world. What if we just make it illegal for any AI generation tool to produce AI images or video without embedding metadata that identifies it as such and train litigators to find that metadata? It's not, remember, you're trying to adhere to the damages part. So you have to make it, AI generated material must have 20% or more of the material clearly identifying it as AI. That way the average ignorant Westerner who believes the sensational knows it's AI. So, for example,
the young boy Liam
we're just gonna,
and his father, who were...
We're going to pause this. So right here, this whole section, if this was AI generated, this has to have a big fucking AI generation logo, or it could be the bottom 20%. It has to say it was AI generated. I agree with your idea. The metadata should also include this is AI generated. That way, if somebody else grabs this and then were to do something like this, well, now the AI is missing. Right. But that's why what you're doing is you're putting it in two places. Yeah, you're focusing too much on the court system and not enough on the social influence. That's why. Okay, so if we can just be honest for a second, slander and libel is bad, but you have to be able to prove damages. And if you can't prove damages, then great, this person made up this shit about you, but it doesn't matter because you didn't suffer any damages because of it. The issue is not that we can't detect AI, it's that people don't look deep enough to notice the flaws. You're right. You're absolutely right. Nothing. 100%. And people are so easy to mislead. Like, for example, how many people in America believe Columbus discovered America? 80% or more of people believe Columbus discovered America. Columbus didn't discover America. Columbus stumbled upon America. He called them Indians because he thought he was in fucking India. How many people know who the hell Amerigo Vespucci is? Probably 5% of Americans. If Columbus discovered America, why the fuck isn't the name of America Columbia? Why is it called America? Because it was Amerigo Vespucci's maps that led Europe back here. Do we celebrate Amerigo Vespucci? No. Do we celebrate Columbus? Yes, we do. Why? Because that's what you were taught, and it's the day you got off from school. Yeah, what about Leif Erikson? We don't talk about him anymore. He's just a troublesome chapter that confuses people. We don't talk about him in American schools anymore. It's a distraction. Shit, in the average American school, we still don't get to World War II in the average American school. Let alone Korea, Vietnam. The average Generation Z individual only knows about Korea and Vietnam from their parents. Everybody else, they don't. We don't talk about the war on drugs, the war on crack, the disproportionate alignment of sentencing between rock cocaine and powder cocaine. Well, we'll call it that. We'll use that. We don't talk about that because if we educated people, they might be a little bit more accommodating. This is one of the ones people send me clips all the time. I really liked
and his father.
I really liked this clip. It's really important clip. Really, really important stuff.
To do with immigration. It's all about rights and power. Professor Poutine here, time for Mysteries Histories. On the video I did the other day about ICE being held accountable after all this is said and done, most of the comments were relatively positive, but there were a couple that, again, just seemed to miss the point. Did you just hint on the fact that the U.S. trying to take care of its illegal immigration problem is somewhat similar to the Holocaust? Laughy face. Or, so you're comparing people who've broken the law, who are in our borders illegally, to Jews in 1943, who were in their countries legally, and you're comparing ICE agents, federal law enforcement agents, to jackbooted Nazi thugs? To your last point, yeah, ICE is acting like a bunch of jackbooted Nazi thugs. And in fact, as federal law enforcement, they should be following the laws like regular police do. The Kripo were federal law enforcement. The Gestapo were federal law enforcement. SD were federal law enforcement. Your point doesn't hold water. But
actually, those points do absolutely hold water. And the reason why those points hold water is, yeah, they were law enforcement in an authoritarian, dictatorial, genocidal government. The problem here is I don't like educators like this, because education, as I said earlier today, education with the guy earlier, education doesn't start with me telling you you're wrong, you're completely wrong. It starts with me telling you, you're mostly wrong, here's why you're right. Let's walk you the rest of the way over the right line. The problem with democracy is that it requires people to act democratically. The thing about a benevolent society is it requires people to act benevolently. People are under this assumption that the police have to be nice to you. The police are under no obligation, rule, regulation to be nice to you. I showed the video. The officer asked the guy 15 times in 4 minutes for his driver's license and his insurance. I do not blame the individuals who do things when what they're doing isn't illegal. I don't blame individuals when they're following the law as written. I blame the people for not knowing the way, for not knowing the way things function. Ignorance of the law is not a defense for breaking the law. When you tell somebody their point doesn't hold water, their point absolutely holds water, because there is a massive difference between legal law enforcement and immoral law enforcement. Could somebody please tell me what is immoral about rounding up people that you have detainers and final orders of removal for? It's not like we're driving these people to a train, putting them on a train and taking them to Auschwitz and killing them. We're putting them back where they belong. There is such a massive difference. If you are teaching history and you don't know that difference, then you are not qualified to be teaching history.
But the larger issue here, folks, is that it's not about illegal immigration, even though that's the rhetoric that keeps coming out on Fox and OAM and from the White House. Well, how can we test that theory? To the whiteboard! So here we see all those states that Trump or Noam have sent ICE or the National Guard into in order to deal with quote-unquote illegal immigration. Minnesota, Oregon, Illinois, New York, California. But still, this is not about illegal immigration, as these numbers prove. Hey, what's that column on the right? Great question, random citizen. If we want to find an equivalent, we can look at Kansas, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Texas and see 3.5 million undocumented migrants in those red states.
First of all, there is a huge difference, you fucking asshat, because Kansas, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Texas, their governors and their mayors have not instructed their police departments to not honor ICE detainers. That's where you fucking miss the point, you donkey. The point is, if ICE was being given the people that they want, yeah, because I think a guy that has committed a sexual assault who's here on a visa needs to be let back out into the public. Texas is right next door to the border. Of course, you're going to have a disproportionate number of illegal immigrants in Texas. Florida is where the people coming in from Cuba come in. Of course, you're going to have a disproportionate number. Abso-fucking-lutely.
So it's not about immigration. It's about intimidation. It's about getting people to stay inside their homes, shut their mouths, close their eyes, close their ears, and just ignore as this administration rips away the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth, the Sixth, the Seventh, the Eighth, the 10th, and the 14th Amendment. Again, just expecting that people, if they stay in line, will be fine.
Does anybody believe that I stay in line? Am I not pushing the boundaries? Now, granted, I'm not a popular creator. Can't change that. Nobody in 7 years of me making scathing remarks about the president, both administrations, have shown up at my door. People that knew that I covered Ashes of Creation. I absolutely shit on that company. But why do they never come with a lawsuit against me? Because they know they would lose. And the most dangerous thing right now that Intrepid Studios under Stephen Sharif wants is to sue me, because right now I'm a fly on the horse's back. If they sue me, I get Discovery. And I would love to have Discovery. It's not about stay in line and you will be fine. It's about you're supposed to stay in fucking line because that's the rule of law. You know your neighbor's an illegal immigrant, okay? You don't have to call the police. But if you know your neighbor's an illegal immigrant and beats his wife, steals, then shut your fucking mouth about the ills of society.
Or, as this Republican said,
to all the bad people out there, the people that are obstructing, fighting with federal law enforcement, my warning to you is this. If you comply, you will not die. That's it. Just comply. If you comply, you will not die.
it's not about immigration. It's a
I kind of don't want to trust the side that wants to remove the American citizen status of naturalized citizen. That's literally what Hitler did to the Jews. He tried removing them that way before implementing the final solution. You're right. And you're absolutely right. And Trump's decision, Trump's not trying, and I think, again, if you were here earlier in the show, I think you're 90% right in the way that you said it. Trump's not trying to remove the naturalized citizenship status of any naturalized citizen. Trump is trying to change the 14th Amendment so that that process no longer exists. But because Donald Trump says he wants to change the 14th Amendment, remember, ex post facto is codified into law. And the simple example of ex post facto is this. Here's a street, and I'm parked here on Monday. I'm parked here at 7:59 in the morning. And at 9 o'clock in the morning, they come and put a no parking sign up. I come back to my car at 5 p.m. and I have a ticket. Well, I just take that ticket to court and I say, well, Your Honor, I parked here at 7:59 in the morning and there was no parking sign. Now the state has to prove that there was before I parked there. When they find out that they can't, the ticket gets thrown out. Under the 14th Amendment right now, mom is not a citizen, dad is not a citizen, child is born in America, so yes, they are a citizen. All Trump has floated the idea of talking about, which, by the way, I'm not a Trump supporter. I had this idea 28 years ago when Trump was still a fucking Democrat. If mom is not a citizen and dad is, child is. If mom is and dad isn't, child is. If mom is and dad is, obviously child is. And if mom isn't and dad isn't, then being born here doesn't make you a citizen. I think the 14th Amendment was a really good thing to have post-slavery while we were a small nation and we needed a lot of people. I think the idea of passing a new amendment that says the days of the 14th Amendment are over, that in order to become a citizen in this country, one of your parents must already be a citizen. Just so we're clear, it is like that in most countries. In most countries, you do not get citizenship for being born there. In fact, when you cross through customs in many countries, if you are 6 or more months pregnant, they deny you entry. Or you sign paperwork that says they are not responsible for your medical bills. You will be held responsible for your medical bills. In America, people having a baby can cost $50,000. Illegals come to America, have a baby, and why do you think healthcare costs are so high? That guy just showed you that there were just in 10 states, there's 2.5 million illegal aliens. You telling me none of them are having babies? So let's just do the math. 2.5 million, 1 million women. Okay? Now, not all of them are going to get their child delivered for free. Most will. If every one of these women has one child and doesn't pay the bill, that's the cost. Well, you can't really say that because healthcare costs are made up. Yeah, healthcare costs are artificially inflated because they have to cover an awful lot of people that don't pay their medical bill. So, ultimately what you're saying is we're not a nation of laws. You don't want to be a nation of laws. If you don't want to be a nation of laws, that's cool. Just let me know that, because I'll come rob your shit. I showed the little video the other day, and I love this video. This is now absolutely my absolutely new favorite video. If I can show videos. Where's my fucking Lincoln thing? My Lincoln thing disappeared. It's still on my phone. Oh no, it's still in Discord. I'll have to download it again. Lincoln thing where literally Abraham Lincoln is arguing back against the left. Oh, here it is. This thing's amazing.
Leftist versus Abraham Lincoln on immigration. Who's right? Leftist, go.
America was built by immigrants. We should welcome everyone seeking a better life, not cage children.
A house divided against itself cannot stand, and a nation without borders cannot survive.
A nation without borders cannot survive. What about abandoned kids where you don't know if their parents are citizens? We have so few of those. We have so few of those.
ICE raids tear apart families who've been here for decades, contributing to our communities.
Laws exist to be enforced. If we pick and choose which to follow, we invite chaos.
Laws exist to be followed. If we pick and choose, we invite chaos. What do we have right now? In all those states Mr. History Teacher brought up, what do we have? We have absolutely fucking chaos. Question, I'm hitting a brick wall on callbacks for assistant project manager. Do you think it would be wise to get your project manager, your certification, your certified associate in project management, even though it costs you $500 to, yes. If you want to be a project manager, it always helps to have the certification. It's investing in yourself. If it's only $500 to $1,000, get it. Like the memo instructing ICE agents to go inside homes without a warrant. Okay. That right there is illegal. When Donald Trump said earlier this month, telling the Republican Party that they need to win the midterm elections or they're going to find a reason to impeach him. What do you mean find a reason? We can list them. Writing a memo instructing ICE agents to go inside homes without a warrant is an unlawful order that every member of the federal government is told not to follow unlawful orders. Every MAGA American should have turned on Donald Trump after that memo was revealed, if the memo is real. Because you now know that is a black letter law violation. All persons are secure in their persons against unlawful seizure and search. The executive cannot authorize via executive order a violation of the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't say all citizens. The Constitution says all persons. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. But here's the problem. Do you know how fast it is to get a warrant? Fix the problem. Literally, you can have a judge do nothing but sign warrants all day. You can literally have a judge sign a warrant that says, arrest warrant for Juan Sancho, including any places of residence of himself or anything that's in any of his immigration file or any places of employment listed in his immigration file. Boom. Takes you 2 minutes to, well, let's be realistic. Takes you 2 hours to work on the cut and paste verbiage to make sure it passes through legal. And now you've got a cut and paste statement that you can put on every warrant. The judges will be signing those warrants as fast as they can. Donald Trump's a fucking idiot. At least Bush invested the FISA courts to get his warrants. Bush didn't really need to do that, though, because Bush had broad sweeping powers granted to him under the Patriot Act. But at the same time, right? I'm one of the people that makes everybody on both sides mad, because I want everybody to have their due process. I want the guy selling drugs out of his house to have due process. I want Jared, the Subway guy, the child molester, to have his due process. I want, Jeffrey Dahmer, the fucking human-eating cannibal, to have his due process. I want criminals to... I want the Unabomber, Timothy McVeigh. I want them all to have their due process. Because if they have their due process, then I don't feel bad that night when they stick a needle in their arm or strap a fucking electric shocker to their head and barbecue them. What about people putting pineapple on pizza? Fuck you, pineapple goes on pizza. Pineapple goes on pizza, but pineapple only goes on pizza if it has a barbecue sauce layer. Because pineapple is a fruit and tomato is a fruit. You don't put fruit on fruit sauce pizza. You don't mix your fruits. But if you've never had a Hawaiian barbecue chicken pizza with pineapple, the chef's kiss. But again, a lot of people have tried pineapple on pizza when it's a tomato sauce. That's disgusting. I'll flip the switch on you myself, but try it with a barbecue sauce. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. Even better if you get a Hawaiian barbecue chicken pizza with the stuffed crust. Oh, so good. And I'm sorry, folks, but I have to do it. Yeah, you can put ham on it too. But I think while we're all debating pineapple on pizza, can we all get on the same token that whoever invented this shit needs an ass kicking? That is cursed. Yep. You know what else is fucking disgusting? And you hold the line or I'll kill you myself. Bananas? Guys, we invited one fruit to the party and it was a good combination with barbecue sauce. But now we're putting bananas on pizza? Lots of vitamin C though. Yeah, vitamin C. See you when you wake up and I knock your ass out. And now we're gonna buy Greenland for $700 billion? Americans can't even fucking eat. They can't subsidize their food. People, we don't have, food pantries are fucking destitute because nobody has spare money. Tariffs are up, which means taxes are up. Gas is up because we're on a wartime footing, which gas goes up. Because when we're on a wartime footing, DLA, Defense Logistics Agency, stockpiles more fuel and they're a priority buy. So we're at the point where graphics cards are going to cost $5,000 because of AI farms, so people can make dancing fucking Elsas. But yeah, let's buy Greenland for RAM too. But let's buy Greenland for $700 billion.
Leftist versus a.
Let's see. Why did I download this one?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and apologies if we have to move quickly here due to the time. Thank you to all of our witnesses for coming here today. Mr. Joyner, you are the CEO of CVS Health, correct?
Correct.
And I actually don't know how many Americans know this, but CVS Health owns Aetna, the health insurance company, correct?
Correct.
And CVS, which owns Aetna, also owns Oak Street Health Medical Clinics, correct?
Yes, it does.
And in addition to that, they own, of course, CVS Pharmacies, and CVS Health also owns CVS Caremark, the pharmacy benefit manager, which helps negotiate some of these rebates and prescription prices, correct?
That's correct.
And CVS Caremark processes nearly 30% of all prescriptions in a given year. And so, in other words, CVS Caremark helps determine the prices that patients pay for a third of all prescriptions in the US. In fact, I was following one of CVS's investor calls where they really laid out quite clearly what this means if you are a patient. This is what's known as a captive strategy. And CVS in the investor call used the example themselves of a patient known as Kate. Kate has an Aetna health insurance plan right here, and which is owned by CVS Health. She then goes to a CVS pharmacy. She's connected to an Oak Street Health medical clinic. She sees a doctor at Oak Street Health who prescribes her medication. And then she goes to fill that prescription at a CVS pharmacy. So the price Kate pays for that medication is dictated by Aetna, CVS Caremark, and they also own the drug manufacturer Cordavis. Mr. Joyner, this is quite a bit of market concentration. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree that it's market concentration. I would suggest it's a model that works really well for the consumer.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a model that works really well for the consumer. Okay. So work with me here. Work with me, because I know a lot of people think I'm a know-it-all, and I'm not. I don't think I'm a know-it-all. I think I strive to know it all, but I definitely don't know it all. Where can I go? I can go here, I guess. Maybe I need some more space. Okay, so let me get this straight real quick, just so I can follow. I have insurance which tells me what doctor I can go to. That doctor is told by the boss what med I get. My insurance determines what I will pay for the med. Then I go to a CVS where the price is already fixed. And so the med you own the drug company that makes the med that I'm gonna take. So yeah, it's exactly that. This is like Progressive owning the towing company and the mechanic shop and the parts manufacturer for when they're gonna fix my car. Yeah, John D. Rockefeller sat up in his grave just a minute ago and says, "Hey, you motherfuckers, I tried to have a monopoly on one thing." This is like, just so everybody knows why this is a bad idea. This is the military healthcare system where the drugs you get are the drugs the military buys, and the drugs the military buys are part of federal fundings of research. And so we don't have certain drugs in the military. We get certain drugs because those drug companies have promised to research, but in order to get the money, they we can't directly give you the money. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna buy $10 million worth of drugs at $100 million, and then you're gonna take that other $90 million and put it into research, and that's how we expense it. But the military members are limited with drugs they can get at a given time based on what deals are going on. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why fucking drugs are so goddamn expensive. But everybody keeps talking about Obamacare was great. Obamacare's sub-regulations is literally what allowed for what that person said. We think it's a grouping that's advantageous to the consumer. I think medicine would be a whole lot more advantageous if it worked like this. But nobody's going to agree with me. I think when your doctor says to you, you're going to need to take a medication, these 3 drugs work, this is what you're going to pay. How many people are going to say, I'll take drug C? Now, I didn't just say I want price to determine medical care, because I said all 3 of these drugs work the same. When you go to your doctor's office and your doctor gives you a free sample, you know what your doctor's doing? He's getting kickbacks. Your doctor says there's a couple of drugs that I can prescribe for this. One of them I just happen to have as a sample here, so I can give you a 30-day supply of the drug to see if it solves your problem. If you take the 30-day supply, your doctor gets a kickback. I very rarely ever take the free supply. Why? Because my drugs cost me no more than like $8. The most I ever pay for a prescription, I am hard capped at $20 on a prescription. I will never pay more than $20. Ever. Ever. That is the maximum I can pay. You're not giving me no free fucking prescriptions. Why can doctors give out free prescriptions? Free trials of drugs? Because then you'll notice the doctor never has that answer until they leave the room and come back, because they're going back to see if your insurance will cover the drug. So a doctor is basically rewarded if they get you hooked on a drug, no matter if it's ultimately good for you. No, absolutely not. A doctor is rewarded if they get you hooked on the blue M&Ms rather than the red M&Ms. Both of them have to be good for you. Both of them. Remember, a doctor is not going to prescribe you something that's not beneficial to you. He's also not going to prescribe you something that documentedly is demonstratively worse than you. For example, I have no problem sharing this. I am an addict. I'm a recovered addict. I'm a recovered pain pill addict and a recovered benzodiazepine addict. It took me a long time to come to terms with the fact that I am, in fact, an addict. I generally do not get prescribed pain pills. And when I'm in the emergency room, if I'm having an episode, they give me IV Ativan. Because IV Ativan is differently than if they give me like Valium via mouth. Because they can always get Valium. Valium is something that they have in case they have a freaking out patient. But they give me IV Ativan because it doesn't trigger the addictive qualities that a pill does. I needed to take a medication for something, and there were 3 options. And 2 doctors were in the room with me, and they said, normally in anybody else's situation, these 3 pills, we would pro-con these out. But we're going to take 2 of them off the table because 2 of them are addictive in nature and you're an addict. And I said, got it. I said, does the 3rd one work? They said, well, it generally isn't our first go-to choice. We do like the other 2 better, but you're an addict and you're very likely to develop addictive tendencies to it. It's a stimulant. And I was like, I said to him, I said, I'm really not going to develop an addiction to a stimulant. And because my addictions were always downers, benzodiazepines, painkillers. I said, I don't get addicted to uppers. My doctor, who's a straight shooter, I've had him now for a decade. He's a great guy. He looked at me and he's like, he literally said, bitch, what's your caffeine intake? Because at the time I was still cranking caffeine. And I said, a lot. He's like, what the fuck is caffeine? I said, yeah. Give me your recommended drug. And it works. I take another medication. I take a medication for my cholesterol. At the time, I've always had bad cholesterol. Before I hear one motherfucker talk out of turn and say, well, if you'd lose weight, your cholesterol would be in check. I had high cholesterol at 5'11", 127 pounds. 5'11", 127, and my cholesterol was already out of control early on in my life. 8 clean, 8 healthy, still at high cholesterol. I just have high cholesterol. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Thanks, bacon and potato eating motherfuckers throughout my genetic line. Doctor said to me, he's like, there's 2 medications. They're both equally good. No, they're not. I love when he's honest. He always says it like that because he has to, like, he's saying that to you. And then, because that way, well, do you tell the patients that the drugs are equally good? Yes, I do. And then he says, no, they're not. For you, I would recommend this drug. This drug is going to be a little bit more effective for you, but you can't ever drink again. He says, if you want to consume alcohol, tell me you want to consume alcohol, and I'll put you on the other drug. This drug will destroy your liver if you drink. And I said, I said, that's great. Now I have a reason that I can't relapse into alcoholism. Give. Haven't had a drink since I went on the drug. Speaking of thank you, parents, at least you're not going bald. You know, it's funny you say that. I'm actually going to put that up on the screen. It's funny to me. People will always say that I'm going bald because they see this and they're like, you have a receding hairline. Like, motherfucker, I've had the same widow's peaks since I was 5 years old. I've always had that. Now, yes, my hairline is receded a little bit. But guess what? I'm almost 50. But holy fuck, man. I'm not going bald. I'm barely going gray. But people, like, dumbass people that can't come up with something better. Like, you're going bald. How the fuck do you motherfucking figure? Like, in what fucking world do you have that going on? Time to shave it all. Yeah, I'm going bald. Time to shave it all off. Back of my head did the bald for me. Started to look like a monk. Yeah, started to look like a druid. You have to like shave. You have to pull the Picard maneuver and just shave the top. Go bald with a beard. I cannot grow a beard. Part of the reason why I cannot grow a beard is because I have 2 spots on my cheeks that just do not grow hair. And the other part is you can't see it when I'm streaming. But I have spots in my face from my car accident, where they had to rebuild my mouth. And so the hair follicles underneath the skin are damaged. So I can no longer even grow in a like goatee because I have big scar patches. So I rock the chops. That's about the extent. I rock me some Elvis chops. But you're waiting for the middle of your mustache to fill in? Yeah, I can grow a mustache, but I made a promise to my wife when we got married that I would never grow a beard. So it, you know, when I get sick and I can't get up, and like when I was stuck in bed, my wife actually laughed when I was in the bed for 5 weeks on, well, I was scheduled to be in the bed for 6 weeks after surgery. After about the 3rd week and I hadn't shaved, I hear my wife fumbling around in the bathroom, and what are you doing? She's like, I'm plugging in your razor. It's like, all right, we're good with that. I understand too, because some women whose fathers have beards, they don't want their husbands to have beards. Other women whose fathers have beards, they want their husband to have a beard. It all goes, it's like, they're women, man. You don't know what they want. Men will never be able to understand women. And the moment we think that we start to understand women, they're just gonna fucking change the rules anyway, because the rule says men cannot understand women. And women don't like, I hate a woman that says men are complicated. I literally hate when women say men are complicated. Men are the easiest creatures to get along with. Yeah, women don't understand women. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. Women don't understand women. Women make things complicated. Women do make things complicated. Men fuck shit up, but women make things complicated. Anyway, I didn't realize the time. It was a good show today. It's always a good show when somebody starts off and they bring a good point, but it always sucks when you spend an hour trying to walk that person to the promised land and then they just want to be obstinate. Fun fact, widow's peaks were actually considered chic in Germany and Europe in general as a sign of wisdom and dignity. They're called, well, whatever the fuck that says in German, which means corners of the secret council. Yeah, that's the same thing with bald on the top of your head and only the top of your head, like when you have the full crown of hair, the wraparound, but not on the top, they believed you were smarter and you were letting more sunlight into your brain. That's why the Druids shaved the top of their head. I think that's a load of poppycock, but it's what they said. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow for some video games. I'm gonna play some Once Human tomorrow. Because a lot of people got questions about this new patch. Beyond that, my wife has strep, my kid has influenza and strep. I'm gonna get some food started, and then I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.